Should be pretty easy to do the recap here. You guys all got drunk, beaten, or drugged in the Formidable Maiden, a well-known pirates tavern in Port Peril. You got press-ganged onto the ship called the Wormwood Mutiny, and then you spent the first day just trying to get used to the place. Dion ended up getting whipped because he doesn't know how to do his job. And the other highlights were the beginning of a mutiny during the night. And I think that covers all the major points. We will start the day with all of you waking up. I know there's a few of you that haven't been at sea before. For example, Dion. I know he's not a big he's not a big ship guy. And it was hard to sleep last night. I'll let you know that. There isn't going to be any mechanics to that, so don't worry about it. But your first night at sea for most people isn't easy. Waking up today is a little bit different than yesterday. Yesterday you kind of just woke up out of your drugged / beaten state. Today you hear a very loud bell, and everyone in the hammocks around you is getting up and going to the stairs so they can go to work.
Rolling out of bed and going up to the deck, I guess.
Yep, heading out to work, I suppose.
We were all just kidnapped yesterday, but we're fine now.
Yeah.
We accepted it.
Really getting into the swing of things.
Unfortunately, it looks like there's a couple people between you guys and the door. Some of them...
Are they carrying saps?
This time, no, actually. And some of them are new faces. You see some from the previous day, and I'll give refreshers. There's Phipps Chumlet. He was the fat shaved guy. Aretta Banson. She was one of the ones that got knocked out, like, pretty much immediately by that wonderful little spell. She was the female human with the big ears. You also see Jaundice Japes, which was the half-orc that can't speak. But there are a few other faces that I don't think you guys have seen yet. Slippery Sly is one of the fellas standing in front of you. Yeah, you didn't have to deal with him, her yesterday. But you do see one other familiar face. I know one that sticks in the memory of a few of you more than others. Good old Mr. Narwhal is there, the little dwarf with the broken nose. And him and Phipps are kind of the two imposing figures in the way. And they stop, whichever one of you is closest to the door. And you get pushed back, and this is, probably just because of what happened last time, we'll have it be Phipps and Benji. So like this short fat guy comes and gets in your way, Benji. He just pushes you back as like his mob of friends bunches around him.
Come on, bud. I'm just trying to get back to work. Step aside, please.
His
We
buddy.
don't want any trouble.
He even said please.
I wasn't whipped yesterday. I don't want to get whipped again.
Narwhal, the man standing next to him, looks over at Phipps and says, look at all the courtesies from these new landlubbers. Give me a reflex save real quick, Benji.
Woohoo. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, you don't react in time, but as soon as you started speaking again, Chips just gives you like a low blow right into the shin. And because of his height, it's like it's not even with his foot, he has to do it with like his knee.
Ah, you shrivel fucker.
And you guys can roll initiative.
Alright.
Which deck are we on? Which deck are we on?
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Which deck are we on?
There you go.
This one, the lower deck.
Lower
Okay.
deck.
Just
We're on
put,
the lower deck.
yeah. I'm trying to remember, can you guys drag your tokens from the combat tracker?
I have not tried to do that. Let's find out.
Yeah, I don't think I've asked you guys
I don't
yet.
think we can.
No.
Unless there's a
Okay.
No.
Okay, cool. Then I'll just throw you guys down there. And you can line up anywhere behind the middle mass. Anywhere to the right of that.
I assume we're trying to get to the stairs to the left of us.
Yeah, that's the way up. Like I said, anywhere to the right of the middle mass.
Benji's the one listening. To the right.
Okay. So everybody's lined up.
Still has that fucking circle there.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I'm not the only one this time.
You somehow set up an aura or something.
Oh man.
I have a black and a white circle and a white light circle. I'm talking about black and two.
Oh, yeah, you just click yourself a second time and get rid of it.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, there it is.
Do you still see the circle?
I do.
Oh, I don't see mine.
I don't remember what that circle is. I thought it was just the last person. I thought it was the person whose initiative it is. Let me double check. Yeah, it's who's on initiative. You're just going first.
You're right. Yeah.
You can go whenever you want.
Right. Five, 10, 15 feet. I'm making an acrobatics check to avoid the attack of opportunity.
Okay.
14.
Okay, you're good?
Okay. And then I will attack Slippery Sal.
Sly.
Fly. Mhm. That was first. As for Gillum. Ooh.
Make sure you're targeting them.
Oh, sure,
Control click.
sure. Oh.
You still didn't have them targeted.
Oh. Oh, excuse me.
Burning out all those bad
There.
rolls.
Yeah, that was on purpose. Yes. Okay, that's turn.
Okay, then on the combat tracker you can hit the... Yep, you got it. Cool. Fittingly, Phipps is the one up next. And obviously, the logical progression after kicking someone in the leg is punching them.
Headbutt.
Oh, well, it might help if I hit the right thing. You can get rid of all of that.
Woohoo.
He just does like he has to do like an uppercut just to hit you in the gut. And that's all he's gonna do for his turn.
Alright, let's take a 5er, and then on approach I'm gonna throw a punch at good old Narwhal over here. If I can click on the right tabs, there we go. Does it deal damage normally, or how do I make it deal damage?
There should be damage on the, if you're looking at your character sheet, there should be a damage option.
Ah, there we go, found it.
I recommend putting it on your hotbar.
Yeah, I am doing that now. There we go.
And you hit the dwarf man, truly.
And then if I can find where I place the combat tracker, there it is.
So Phipps is the one that is the dwarf with the best evidence, right?
Narwhal. Phipps is the short, fat man.
Gotcha. Okay. Good and dwarvish. I'm gonna say here's one. Attack us more yesterday. And I'm going to counter the spear. I can target.
Even with the inconsistency of targeting today, we're still going faster than last week, so good job to everybody.
It's an improvement.
Okay. Hits the mass next to him, sticks right in.
That's fair. And
So anything around that I can pick up? Like a bucket or a room or something?
Yeah, nothing in the center over here. You'd have to go to one of the sides, and then there would be stuff to pick up.
Right, okay. In that case, I'm gonna grapple Phipps Chandler.
Okay.
I'm gonna use martial flexibility, whatever it's called, to gain improved grapple. So +2 to that.
And then you can drag the grappled condition over to yourself, and I will do it for Phipps.
Okay.
That way you can just take it off when you need to. You don't have to wait for me.
And can I take a 5-step action to move back here?
I'm not sure if you can do that grappled. I've never had someone try and do it grappled.
I believe it's a feat to move while grappled, or while grappling. Or it might be a standard action or something. I'm not super familiar, that's my bad.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds right?
Because you would have to drag them with you, so it's more effort than just a normal 5-foot step. Right?
So, move the defender to adjacent square and the Shackles choice. So I could move him behind me if I wanted. Yeah, can I do that then? Can I move him to the square that I was going to move to?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't specify the movement for that, so I assume it would just be like a move action.
Rick, I got a quote from page 195. When you move, you can drag or carry a grappled creature with you, but your speed is half unless the creature is 2 or more size categories smaller than you.
Ah, there we go.
Yes, a 4.
There you go.
So I can't take the 5-step action.
I'm gonna say you can't do the 5-foot step, because that's you being careful to avoid getting hit, and I don't think you can do that grappled.
Can I do a normal movement?
Yeah, you'll have your half movement.
You can drag fits with you.
I'll use that. And then put it in the tile to the left of me.
That will not provoke from Narwhal, because there's a mass in between the two of you.
Oh, I see. Didn't even think of that.
And Narwhal hasn't acted yet this. Well, yeah, yes.
Actually, Narwhal hasn't yet, but I still wanted to make that specifically clear.
Sure.
Alright, buddy. You're in a world of hurt. You know that's out here.
He's squirming. He's trying to get out of it. Aretta owes one of you a favor. She's coming over here to even the score. Yeah, so she like navigates herself around the hammocks, ducking and diving, making her way towards Ace. Time for a cat fight. Jaundice Japes is going to move up and attack Benji.
Darn.
Well,
Oh,
Oh, well. Oh, okay. That's control flick, right?
Yeah, to target someone.
Alright, and then I take out my sap, and I try to hit him with it. Alright, and then I do the damage. And I'm going for Phipps, I believe.
Phipps is through grappling, which means grapple creatures cannot move. Will take -4 pound of dexterity. The grappled character takes -2 to all attack rolls and combat movement checks.
Yeah, that's already factored in with the grapple condition.
Yeah, so I just bonk him on the head again. Just like I did yesterday. I'm like, hey, you remember me?
It's a lot more skillful this time, though, because he's grappled with Benji, so you're having to avoid hitting Benji.
Oh, so what do I do for that?
Nothing. That's just
Oh,
flavor.
okay.
And if you're done, you can end your turn in the combat
Oh,
tracker.
okay. There you go.
Why you guys attack? Why are you guys attacking us again? We proved ourselves as I hit him with my quarterstaff. Damn, and look at.
You get +2 for flanking.
Narwhal, just a few feet away from you, yells in your direction and says, "It's not about proving yourself, it's about revenge."
well, that's just pay.
Benji is
We must work together if we want to get through this and get riches. And next turn.
Okay. Slippery Sly, whether or not, if it's because of their name, decides to disengage and runs off.
After taking a beating.
Same with this Jake's Magpie fellow. You haven't seen him before. You don't actually know anything about him. But he disengages. So does Narwhal.
It looks like Phipps is the only one that really wants revenge.
Give up. He's taking
You see Narwhal. As soon as he saw Dion pull the weapon out, he like ran.
That was on me.
Yeah, I'm trying to make these go by fast.
10, 15, 25, 30.
Did you apply flanking?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't actually have anything for the threat.
Oh, good point. So you're gonna have to re-roll that.
What did I do?
He's not threatening. Or she's not. He doesn't threaten.
I should mind that.
So if we get a second roll without the flank.
Well, or can I just do it on John Jake here? Jack.
You're still gonna have to re-roll either way.
Yeah, I'll still do that.
Just make sure you got him targeted and you don't have Aretta targeted.
There we go.
It's kind of hard to hit a man that just, sprinted down the deck. Okay, Phipps pulls a dagger out and is going to try and stab you, Benji.
Bastard.
Hey, you guys escalated. You actually, as soon as he gets hit on the head, he pulls the dagger out.
How do you escalate?
Dion pulled a sap out.
Yeah, weapons were drawn.
That's a blunt weapon.
Yeah.
It's still not lethal.
Can he take out a dagger?
Yeah, it's a one-handed weapon. It's a light one-handed specifically.
The action, because I think you only get one action, right? Like you can either take out a dagger or attack.
It's standard to attack, and it's a move to pull it out.
Okay. But they can't take move actions.
The only
Oh,
action...
they still take movement. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the only action that actually takes the effort is the standard. Because he's not actually moving, he can still use a move action for something else.
Yeah.
Do I provoke with movement over to here?
You were standing opposite of Benji, right?
I was standing out here.
Okay, so you would provoke from... Actually, they don't have improved unarmed combat, so you wouldn't.
Great. I'm going to give the boy a little healing here with my hopefully now working. Okay, I targeted him. Then I do. How do I cast? Sorry. How do I cast spells?
Okay, let me hop on your action sheet to help you. Okay, so let's make sure we're in the combat mode for our spells, and then hit the display over to actions.
Then I hit display over. Sorry.
So we're on the mode, or the
Oh,
actions
okay, yes.
part.
Display actions mode combat. I see that now. Okay, got it. And then would I just roll the hit the little die?
You don't
here?
need to hit the die unless Benji is refusing to accept your shield of faith.
Oh.
And then I would just click the little plus since I assume Benji's accepting of my healing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's always good to ask the first time.
Oh, it sounded like you were, right?
Just trying to help out. We should probably get up deck though. And then we're gonna put the combat tracker because I need to pass turn. There we go. Don't want to be late.
Alright, now, Fibs. I owe you a favor, so I'm gonna give you the option to run away with your tail between your legs. But after that, we're square, yeah?
He just, like, yelling directly into your face. He's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, you tall bastard!
Okay, so I'm gonna hit him then. Oh, sorry, double tapped it.
It's okay. Like I said, we'll go with the first one.
So that was to maintain the grapple, and then I can use my action to put it into the pin condition.
That is how it works.
Cool. That's my turn.
Aretta's gonna disengage, but that's still gonna provoke from you one time, Drax. So if you want to hit her as she's running away, you can.
Don't hit her.
Hit her! Hit her!
We must go. I do not wish to be whipped or even worse, sent to the bilge.
Dion knows he's going to get rolled up again.
I will hold my action and let her flee.
Okay. Yeah, she runs off up deck, giving you a glare as she runs up the stairs, Ace. And John just Japes does the same thing. I assume you're not gonna
Correct.
hit him. Okay. It's just you guys and Phipps.
He's 10, so I'm a dip as well. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Cool. I don't know how to go.
I said I do not wish to be whipped, so I will just take it to you.
Before you go, why don't you just pass me a rope?
I don't have a rope.
You guys are on a pirate ship, so if you want a bunch of things that are coming on a pirate ship, you can grab them like rope.
I mean, his rope went right next to me, but I can't get in and run back. That's too much.
I'll grab a rope and here, I guess.
Yeah, you can just pick up some rope next to you and go tie them up if that's what you want to spend your turn doing.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Can you let me go? I got a ISDB.
Sure.
I mean, he can let you do it, but he could also just do it while this guy's pinned.
Yeah, but I think the save to get out of the rope would be a higher one if I did it, right?
It's a set DC unless you're maintaining it.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So mechanically, the only reason you would do it is if you were worried about him like escaping while you were still holding on to him, but he's pinned, so it's not anywhere as much of a concern as it was before.
Ah, right.
Okay, so he is now officially tied up.
I'm curious. We have heal. You heal. We have a healer type, right? A little bit.
Or get a little bit here right there.
No,
Yeah, I attached.
No, the reason why I don't want to, as far as spells, don't worry about it.
Okay.
You don't want to cast your Cure Light Wounds, so you're seeing if someone else will.
No, I don't want to remember that.
Alright. You got tied up?
Right. Me and your Vips, hope you don't get with me.
Like, yeah, don't worry, I'll be joining you real
Once I get my legs stuck in the roping again, why am I a river?
Oh, you know what? Almost forgot. Benji will go back and take the dagger from Vips.
You better untie me, you fucking bastard! You
Yeah,
tall
okay.
bastard!
Try
You
again, I'll
coward!
chuck you off this ship.
You'll hang for this.
Take the dagger and walk away.
And like telling a pirate they'll hang, I know this might seem kind of weird, but that's like one of the worst things you could say to a pirate. That's the kind of stuff that like the Chellix fleet does to pirates.
That little prick.
It's very unpiratey. Like he was already mad. This is a new level of mad. Okay, yeah, you guys go up on stairs. You know, a little later than everyone else, but there aren't any direct comments to you about it. And only a few moments, like after you guys get up on board, Master Scourge starts doing a head count with his swabs and realizes that Phipps isn't up here. Starts yelling his name out, and when he doesn't get a response, he asks if anyone here has seen Phipps.
Sorry, mate, ain't seen him all day.
Okay, and when
He must have overslept, I think.
Nope. Didn't see him.
okay, he ends up handing out all the tasks, and he takes a few of the pirates with him downstairs, yelling about how Phipps is going to get a whipping for being late. And we'll deal with task, but before you guys actually have time to start your task, you do see Phipps being pushed up the set of stairs onto the main deck, with a couple pirates that probably don't look so happy to be doing this to Phipps, but they tie him to the main mast, and you see him get his his shirt gets lifted up, and he gets his 3 whippings from Master Scourge.
Cool, I look like that.
Yeah, and all the while, the 3 of you that are swabs, he's like glaring in your direction. Specifically, actually, none of you specifically, because the one he would specifically glare at would be Benji. But Benji's down in the kitchen. Actually, no, he's not. I forgot. Remember last week? So yesterday he fucked up.
Failed and has to do build work or whatever it
Yeah,
was.
so he will be glaring at you.
When you said that seems like it hurts, looking at the anime, it really does hurt.
Right, of course, forgot about that. Sorry, buddy.
It doesn't really make you stronger, right?
That's it's not a bad way to look at it.
Aspect is yelling in pain.
Actually, he's not. You can tell it's painful. Like he's definitely biting down on that rope as hard as he can. But it looks like he's taken this before, and he's definitely taking it in silence.
Oh, okay.
Just think, if you do as well as you have been, this could be you in a couple of days. Not even really realizing you're being whipped.
Yeah, man.
He's probably going to come back for more, though. We should maybe talk about what we're going to do about it. At some point in time.
Yeah, we can talk about that later.
So let's get our 3 regular swabs to roll their task.
Okay.
Classic.
Can't remember what was last one. I think so.
Repairing rigging for me.
Yes, Bahati is a swab. Remember, because yesterday you were helping Drac talk to Gifford Tips.
Oh wait, swab. Haha, I'm not a swab. That's my bad.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Oh, Snake's gonna swab there.
God damn it.
He is the swab.
I have my maps and activities hotbarred on the snakes. That's why whenever I roll it, it always rolls snake. It's what it's like.
Okay, so looks like when it comes to swab duties, we got Drac swabbing the decks, the iconic swab task. We got Bahati being a runner today, as well as Ace, and we don't need to roll for our good man Benji because we already know that he is manning the bilges.
What is the bilge?
The bilge is the place down below the lower deck where the water builds up from the ship and you have to pump it out.
Oh, that sounds like a really shit job.
Yeah, and you would remember this from yesterday. Croup warned you about bilge spiders because he knew you were going to have to do this task tomorrow.
Right.
So you might have to deal with bilge spiders.
Good day to start beating up.
Get better at catching turbines, I guess.
Or rats. Rats live on the ship too.
After Phipps gets his whippings, Mr. Plug calls out for everyone's attention, and he says, we had a thief in our midst last night, and thank you to Master Scourge, we found out who it was. Boys? And then you see a couple of the pirates bring forth Jake's Magpie, one of the guys that was trying to rough you up only a few minutes ago. Does everyone here know what we do with thieves? And you start hearing a lot of people yelling out "aye" or cheering. Some of them seem legitimately excited. We put them in the sweat box. And tonight you guys are in for a treat. You'll enjoy it, I promise. And Master Scourge drags this Jake fellow who's like, even though he's being dragged by his feet, he's kicking, he's screaming, he's trying as hard as he can. Another couple pirates come in to help Scourge with it, and they drag him over to the sweat box. It's just this iron and wood box that is built to retain heat. That's why it's called a sweat box. It sucks. Don't end up in one. Don't steal things. And now our, in order that it was rolled, all of our swabs can, do their actions. If you guys need to talk before you decide what you're doing, of course do that, but we will play them out in order of rolls.
Okay. Is Sandra up here? She,
Sundara.
Sundara?
Yeah, Sundara is a swab, so yes.
She is a swab?
Yeah.
So I can talk to her.
Yeah.
I,
Might be difficult. Let me see what job she has today.
okay.
What is she doing? She's doing repairs. Yeah, you'll be able to talk with her throughout the day when you're on the main deck. If there's some point there you need to do something with her.
Okay, who is, swabbing the deck
I don't know. There's like 15 of you guys. Do you want me to roll them all?
with you? No, how about Rosie? Is Rosie?
Why not? It's one of those things where
Yeah.
I can roll for them. I will roll for them when you specifically ask for them. But in general, you should be able to talk with them.
Okay.
I'm going to say today you can't for Rosie because I just rolled and she's manning the bilges today.
Okay.
You will not be swabbing the bilges. That's normally full of anywhere from 3 inches to 2 feet of water.
Okay, well, I'll talk to Sundara and try to find any information about the quartermaster.
About what?
The quartermaster? The cutthroat lady?
Okay, yeah, you can ask around for her. You're not. I mean, you wouldn't specifically be going through. I guess you could for Sundara in this case, since she has been over there.
She said she's been on the boat for quite a while, so.
No, she didn't. Sundara got here with you guys.
Oh, or was that Tibbs?
Yeah, Tibbs has been on the boat for a while. Yeah, for a couple years now.
I'll talk to Tibbs about the quartermaster.
Okay, yeah. Tibbs is also a swab, so that works out.
Tibbs, what can you tell me about the quartermaster?
That's Cutthroat Grok. Have I already shared her image with you guys?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, she says, "Oh, Cutthroat. She's a nice bloke. She's held up in the same cabin that Croup is. She's pretty no-nonsense lady. Don't go around joking with her. Likes her booze. Is there something else you want to know about her?"
I just want to get to know her better.
Okay. Well,
I wonder if there's any ends, if you do anything. She likes her booze, huh?
yeah, she's drinking most nights with Croup. Potentially even the cook's mate now. I don't know what he spends his nights doing, but I'm sure Croup would invite him. As long as he doesn't end up in the bilges again.
Yeah. Hopefully that will continue to happen. Okay. Can I use my daytime action to go to the shop? And take -2 on my roll?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
What check are you going to give us? You got the strength or constitution check.
I'll go with strength.
And this, once again, swabbing the decks is not a job you can fail. This is just showing that you are fatigued at the end of your shift. Unfortunate. You can just drag that over to yourself, sir. Okay, next on the list, we got Bahati. You and Ace are both runners today.
Bahati, Ace, let's try to memorize the ship and all its nooks and crannies so we can have places to know where to go and where not to go and how. If we have a chance.
Hiding's a little difficult. But I did do the job yesterday. There's plenty of places where we can explore if you've got the right tools.
Any place we can, is anything we need to know in the area and stuff. I know besides that, I'm sure they Captain, we can't go in there. But,
They don't let us in the offices.
yeah.
But it's easy enough to find out where they are.
Where they normally hang out. Yes. Okay. So, at that point, I guess we just go about our daily business. Really nothing we can really glean.
I mean, you guys still have your daytime actions you can take.
Who was the female with the goopy eye?
With what?
One of the female crew members had like an eye that was like seeping or wounded or something.
So Gifford Tibbs, the person that Drac was talking to earlier, she is missing an eye.
Gotcha.
Either of you know what you're doing for your actions?
No, I just want to basically just gather information. I want to know how we can eventually move up to get compensated.
That's something you could probably just find out about tonight. Like, these actions are things you're focusing on throughout the day. Like, specifically take one of these. If you want stuff like that, that's good to know, because we can add that in there, but that's information you'll just gain the longer you're on the ship.
So what actions?
So if you go into your notes, I've shared the daytime and nighttime actions. This is also something you should definitely hotbar, because you're going to use them every day for a while.
Okay.
I'm just gonna work diligently today.
Okay. So are you going to use that for your acrobatics or your constitution?
Oh, yes.
Acrobatics.
Okay. Then you can give me your roll. Nice. Can I get your constitution?
Yes.
Okay, and once again, another easy breezy day for you, passing messages between all of the assorted people on the ship.
I will do the sneak to make normal checks and judge. Explore one area that you make single perception check. The skill checks with normal check. Okay, so yeah, sneak. I mute myself? Oh,
No, no, I heard you. Where are you gonna sneak?
To the around the not the officer cabin. I guess who's the first plug, whatever, the first mate, whatever.
Mr. Plug is the first mate.
If he's up on the deck, I'll start sneaking in the lower deck.
So Mr. Plug spends most of his day on the main deck since he's in charge of the riggers. And then Master Scourge is regularly going throughout the entirety of the ship since the swabs work pretty much everywhere. So, yeah, what are you doing in the lower deck? This is...
Take that back. I'm just going to skirt so I just chill. I don't feel like until I get compensated, I'm going to skirt my duties.
Oh, Shirk?
Shirk. Is that Shirk?
Yeah, so Shirk and Sneak are almost the same. The main difference is you take a penalty on Shirk, but you get a take 10 on your roll.
I'll do that.
It's just easier to get, like, you have to roll a stealth check if you Shirk because you're spending more time than if you were sneaking.
Yeah.
Okay. If you're shirking, where are you doing this? What are you doing?
So basically, is it something like shirking? Is it basically trying to avoid your normal or slow at least?
No, you're still
not
doing
do-
your task. You just don't have as much time to focus on them because you're spending a decent amount of time doing something on the ship that's not your job.
I get you.
They all say what they are.
Okay, so by doing that, then I will basically try to talk to my fellow shipmates and get a feel for just get a feel for like what's going on and how we can possibly get off this ship or just talk to my fellow shipmates, which is
Okay, so I
kind of
keep
cool.
hearing this from you guys, but like this is stuff that's assumed throughout the day. Like you guys are doing this, and you will acquire knowledge over time. Like, just read what the actions say, and do what that is.
So area of the ship, but I don't know. Like I'm not familiar with this. I'm really familiar with this ship. So,
I've shared all of them. You could do the lower deck, which is where you guys sleep. You could do the bilges. You could do the middle deck where the storage is. You could even do the middle deck at the kitchen.
Okay, middle deck then, where the storage stuff is. That's what I'm going to do. Middle deck.
Okay. And I'm going to say, since it's your first time, you're going to throw a perception check out. So give me that. Oh, well, you don't have to because you're shirking, right?
Yeah.
So you take 10. So you actually get an 18. You want to give me a stealth check as well? Okay. Okay, so it's mostly empty in here, but I'll give you, everything else that's in here besides the emptiness. There are exactly 14 pigs that are normally caged up. Though you do see a few of them that are loose, just exploring the middle deck, much like you are. Towards the forward of it, there is, the flight of stairs that goes up to the officer's quarter. And guarding it is that man that I brought up last session, that really big man, who you actually haven't heard anything about yet. But he's this really big man, like...
Is it bigger than Benji?
Yeah, like bigger than Benji and like a very clearly ripped version of Benji, if you want to compare him to Benji. He's been tarred and feathered. Like you see it on his body. Very toned man, and you see him like crushing and eating small crabs on the ship, just right in front of him. I'll actually share an image with you. And yeah, he's like chained up to the staircase there.
He's chained.
Yeah. Well, to the foremast actually, not the staircase.
I get close to him. Does he acknowledge me?
He kind of like stands up a little bit straighter in a more intimidating pose and like looks in your direction.
Put my finger up to my mouth.
He does the same thing.
I will I don't have any food right now. I'll keep that in mind. If this happens, I might get a new foot. Guy bigger than Benji. Okay.
And he's shirtless too. And I'll give you, there's a little bit more in here. I just wanted to describe that first because I figured you'd care more about that. Actually, I don't even know if you'd notice what these are. If you give me a knowledge engineer, and you can do it untrained because a DC 10 would give you some of the information, I'll tell you what the rest of the stuff in here is.
I don't know what I have
If you don't have knowledge engineer, it's just an intelligence check.
Okay, it's just intelligence.
Yeah, the highest you can get is 10 if it's untrained. But that is enough to tell you what a little bit of this is. No. There's like a bunch of unassembled mechanisms that take up a decent chunk of the storage down here. And there's some barrels off to the side that you couldn't tell what they are without opening them. But that's all that's down here right now. This this isn't something you guys would find uncommon though. Like the ship just left port, so it is meant to be pretty empty. Because you guys, should probably be going out and raiding ships.
Which nothing of value, like a nice. It's basically all perishables there. Just you're saying down here, pretty much.
Yeah. Just everything I described you. It's mostly empty. If you need to grab some miscellaneous items, you can. For example, we brought the rope up earlier. That's an option. So if you guys ever want things like that, like just let me know and you can throw it on your sheet.
Rations with water, like water, like the barrels and stuff like that. Nothing like that.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll throw a quick list out of things you guys could grab. Here are the examples they throw out. If you want like a barrel, a basket, block and tackle, candles, canvas, grappling hooks, any length of rope, of hemp rope up to 200 feet, lanterns, leather drinking vessels, and water skins. So if you guys want some water skins, you can have them. Sacks, and then simple tools or hardware. So carpentry tools would be an example.
I'm gonna take one skin.
There you go. You guys can grab that at your leisure. It's just throughout the ship. You can specify where if you want to.
That's it. That's for me.
Okay, now please roll me your runner task, factoring in that -2. Let's say acrobatics check followed up by a constitution.
Constitution. Oh,
Okay.
So acrobatics.
Yeah, do the acrobatics first next time, please.
Oh, okay, do acrobatics. Just the worst.
I mean, it was the first time you did the job, so I think you were just, you put your heart and soul into it, but it was just a little bit more exhausting than you thought it would be. Okay, Benji. Why don't you roll me a d4?
Okay.
Okay. What action are you taking today?
Gonna take the sneak action and just check out the villages.
Okay, yeah, that'll be really easy since that's where you're working.
Exactly.
And you're gonna be
so
down
just
there
roll
with
it.
Sandara and Rosie.
Oh, nice one.
Yeah, because those were the two you guys asked about, and I rolled bilges for both of them.
Do you want me to do the perception roll now? Or...
Yeah, we can do the perception roll.
Hey.
Nice. Oh, and I think the bilges was the one place I didn't share. That's my bad. Okay, I'll share that with you guys right now. This is the bilges. This is the empty version of the bilges specifically. Yeah, amazing. You got a freaking 25. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I'll describe this place since it's the one that I haven't talked about. Like I said earlier, there's normally a couple feet of water in here. There's a ladder in the very center. It's your only way up and down. And there's a pump towards the back you guys can see. And this also doubles as the ship's brig, which is something that all three of you notice when you come down here. You see 6 sets of high-quality manacles that are affixed around the bulkhead. And you also notice, because I assume you're keeping your eyes out since Krook brought up bilge spiders, you see that all along the edges of the roof here, there are thick spider webs. And in a few of those patches, you see, just barely in the darkness, you see a few sets of eyes glaring down at you throughout the day.
Eventually we'll grab like a plank of wood or a broom or something, just in case.
Yeah, you can grab something, hold on to it. That's a good call. And the way it works with the 3 of you down here operating the bilges is 2 of you are operating the pump, and the other one is just keeping an eye out to make sure none of these bilge spiders sneak up on you.
Being the biggest guy here, eventually will offer to work the pump.
Yeah, you guys will rotate out through the day so everyone has a chance to physically relax, you know, when they have to be on lookout duty.
Okay.
Yeah, and you actually find a lot down here. There's a handful of like discarded crates and boxes with a little bit of damp straw mixed in there, and it looks like someone had a stash in here. There's a buckler, 3 heavy maces, a bottle of holy water, a thing of leather armor, a masterwork hand axe, a tanglefoot bag, and 2 tinder twigs, as well as some spending cash.
Sorry, so buckler, 3 heavy axes, holy water.
Is there any of it you're not going to grab?
I'm just trying to write it down so
You don't need to write it down. I'll drag it over.
Oh, that works.
It'll be in the party sheet.
I guess I should roll that 20. You found everything. You found the secret stash.
He found a stash. You figured out some information. You know, you can't compare everything on a 1-to-1.
Sorry, what was the party tab?
Party sheet's in the top right. 3 little person icons with an eye next to it.
There we go.
It's gonna have a bunch of tabs on it. On the inventory, there's a bunch of items. Take everything you want, and if you want to, you can hand out this stuff either to the people around you or to people tonight.
Yeah, sure. Grab as much of it as I can.
Yeah, you can take all of it. It's all in the inventory.
Cool. Alright.
So the beginning of this adventure is the one time that loot will be taken on like a person by person basis. In general, I'm the kind of guy that's like, hey, everyone should split up the loot the way they feel about it. But right now, since you guys are acting as, you know, individuals quite often, it's all Benji's stuff. If he comes to you guys with it, cool. If not, it just means, you know, either it wasn't important enough to you guys, or you guys just haven't had the time to swap items and make conversation. And remember that, like, you guys agreed that you shouldn't be meeting in large groups, so keep that in mind when you're hanging out while you're on the ship. You can take all the money too.
Yeah, tracked it out, but it's still there.
Did it go onto your sheet?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then I'll just make those zeros. Cool. Now let's get your bilge check, sir. If I get a strength check and followed up by a constitution check.
Alright.
Should be easy for a man of your size.
You hope so. Oh, fuck's sake.
Clearly it wasn't. Yeah, even with the help of Sundara, that's not enough to succeed.
Oh man.
You're not gonna be fatigued, but that's because you weren't doing your job properly today. Rosie and Sundara were having to pick up for your slack. Can't catch turtles, can't man the bilges. What does Benji do?
You gotta talk so much shit. This big guy over there couldn't do shit.
Tie the guy up.
Walk around saying, look what I found, look what I found.
Yeah, maybe you just spent, maybe you're just distracted by all the shiny bits that you found today.
Well, and the two lovely ladies.
They are. They actually both exceptionally beautiful women, especially compared to most of them on this ship. I mean, I don't know your preferences, but they're also fairly beautiful compared to the men on the ship.
Well, I do love me a redhead.
There you go. Got some nice crimson-colored hair on Sundara. Okay, and since we don't have to do Benji's cooking task today, we'll hop over to our two riggers. If you guys would like to roll your dice, this would be the time.
Alright.
Okay, Dion's doing some mainsail duties, and Orag's doing some upper rigging work. What kind of actions is Dion looking to do today?
Well, Dion doesn't want to get a weapon again, so he's going to be work diligently.
Okay, which roll are you going to use that +4 for?
It's either strength or constitution.
No,
I'll use that.
I mean,
I could do that.
the choice for like what you roll is between profession, sailor, or strength, but you still have to make one of those and a constitution, but you only get to put the +4 on one of your two rolls.
I'm going to use profession sailor.
Okay, and are you going to put the +4 on that or the constitution?
My constitution is 10. Sailor. I'm going to put it on.
if you don't want to get ripped, you can put it on sailor.
Constitution.
That's what fatigue fatigue.
So what does fatigue do? Would I just if I get fatigued, would I work worse the next day because I'm sick?
No, so fatigued is exactly what it sounds like. It's the kind of thing that you'll be able to sleep off tonight, assuming you go to sleep. It just shows that you're tired. That's the whole point of it. There are mechanics to it, but they're not horrible, if that's what you're worried about.
I'll add it to profession sailor.
Okay, give me your profession sailor then. Let's see how well you do your job.
14.
Nice. Followed up by your constitution. Let's try and get this rapid fire rolling going, guys. Okay, so you should be able to pull the constitution over from the effects tab in the top right and drag it onto your character. You can just drag it into the combat tracker, that's the easiest way. What about Orag? What's he up to today?
It's only the second day. He's still going to be working diligently, make sure everyone sees he's at least trying. I'm going to take the +4 on the climb check.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not great. Do I still need to make the profession sailor check? Since I failed the first one?
I'd say no. I mean,
Okay.
You know what? Yeah, give me the profession sailor. Why not?
Alright. Well,
Might as well see how you perform.
Okay, well, better.
Yeah, so I mean, you're sluggishly moving throughout the day, not being able to keep up pace with everyone else, but when you do get to the place you need to work at, you get it done.
Alright.
Alright. I got a 10 last time I got it.
Yeah, not really looking forward to that one.
Okay, so after work, there's this great thing called Bloody Hour, which Scourge made a slight reference to earlier. He said at dusk, you guys would be in for a treat. And what happens is Jake's Magpie, the thief who got caught, found out that he stole some stuff last night. He gets taken towards the side of the ship, like off to the southern side where you see some of the tokens. Your guys' aren't on there right now, but it doesn't really matter. And he's gonna get thrown over the edge, tied to a rope. And he's going to be keel hauled. For those of you that don't know what that means, is he's basically, like I said, getting thrown over the side, tied to a piece of rope, and you basically get dragged under the ship. So he stays under there for maybe a little bit more than a minute. And you see a lot of people looking over the edge, but they all make space when he gets dragged back up. And you see this body has been cut to shreds. It's almost unrecognizable.
Is he dead?
Very much, yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess that's that.
That was disgusting.
Guess it's fair to say steal's not something we want to do.
Yeah.
And Master Scourge and Mr. Plug let the body sit there for a few moments before Master Scourge says, "It's what happens to thieves or ne'er-do-wells that don't take care of their task. Rest of you beware." And then he kind of looks around at some of the newer crew members before just making a motion with his head. A couple pirates come up and throw the body over.
One of those guys would be harassing us in the morning,
I asked him, what do you want us to do with the body? Can we just throw it overboard?
It just got thrown overboard.
Oh.
Can I ask you a question? For mechanic purposes, if with purified water, purified food and drink, can I do that to the salt water that's in the ocean? Can I make that regular type of, or is it strictly poisonous?
No, you could do that with salt water. I think it says it actually in the spell, like what uses some examples. I think one of them is salt water. And obviously it's not going to help much if you're like in the ocean and you cast it, but
I'm just saying, so I can turn, like, I can get a bucket of, like, in my water skin and kind of turn it into just pure drinking water as opposed to, that's all.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 100% an option. Ben, did I fucking glossed over you going to the shop?
Yeah.
Was that the action you took? I'm sorry. Yeah, you can go to the quartermaster's store, so this is going to give you the option to go buy stuff over there if that's what you were shooting for.
Yeah.
Okay. I've shared the mid deck with you, so
Okay.
you can pull that one up, and I will just read off a little bit in there. So the quartermaster, if you're looking at the mid deck, is the very small building in the top right of the ship. It's inside the kitchen. It's a little doored off, small little area. And like I said last session, it's just unofficial shop for the Wormwood. And you can come in here and you guys can buy your items back or anything else you want at pretty much standard prices. There are certain hours that it's open. It's normally like dawn to 3 p.m., which is about when Grok comes into the kitchen and starts drinking with Croup. He's still working, but that's when she closes the shop. And the door's only open during those hours. Otherwise, it's closed and presumably locked.
So what kind of wares does she have to offer?
Anything you can think of. It's all gear that they've acquired from people around the ship and like other mundane stuff. So like all the gear that you guys brought on, or any of the other new sailors, with the exception of that cog fellow I brought up yesterday who still had all his gear. So all their gear, and then there's a bunch of miscellaneous stuff you can see. It'd probably be easier for you to be like, hey, do they have this, than for me to list the like 100 items it says they have.
Can I exchange? I pull out my 5 yards of silk. What can this get me?
So when you're selling things, she will buy them for 50% of their price. So that'll be 25 gold if I remember correctly.
Okay.
And obviously she's willing to trade.
So you're exchange rate trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's the equivalent. She's not going to give you any more just because you're doing a trade. She'll, sell you stuff. She'll give you 25 gold worth of stuff, whether it be coin or otherwise.
Well, I'll go ahead and at least get the rapier back. That's 20 gold, right?
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, it's 20 gold for rapier.
But I'm going to get the rapier back and get the 5 gold and change it, I guess.
Okay, cool.
Mental notes of the area here, in case I want to come visit here in the night time, actually.
Yeah, you actually see her. She like opens up one of the containers. You want to give me a perception check when she does, and I'll give you an idea of what's in there. Okay, so it's pretty easy to tell that this container has at least a lot of the stuff from the newer batch of crew members, because you see like all of your items in there along with a bunch of other stuff. She's just opening a bunch of lockers with locks on them. So she opens this one up, pulls the rapier out, hands it to you. You guys, I didn't do this for you guys. I forgot until just now. But if you have any money on your sheets that like you didn't acquire during the game, like stuff that was left over from character creation, you should get rid of that.
Yeah, I figured so.
So you can put that rapier on Drax's sheet. You can, equip it now, and then just reset your cash to 5 gold. So yeah, now you know which locker has at least your stuff in it, along with a bunch of other people's.
That'll be good for that then.
Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know how I fucking forgot about that. Okay, then let's hop over to our good old-fashioned lashings.
Woo!
Oreg and Benji are getting whipped today.
Yeah.
I mean, what were you expecting, something else?
I was hoping for something else. I wasn't expecting it.
They're like, you know what? We killed all the thief today. Nobody needs to get whipped for fucking up.
Yeah, I've already learned my lesson.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the way these pirates see it. You've learned your lesson. No, they're gonna teach you your lesson right now.
They're not as reasonable as they first look, are they?
No, even if you bag,
Someone sounds like they know.
And just for like expediency, I'm gonna not apply the fucking flat-footed every time. I know what your guys' flat-footed is. So just like it says, you only get hit twice.
Oh, we had to so hard.
Oh my
Go, give me another one.
Alright.
Yeah, when you say that, he lashes out at you again.
Sorry.
3 whippings for impotence. And I gotta do that one so it automates it.
I don't slow that down, does it?
Still kicking. Wait, okay.
He rolled 2 crits, but only one of them confirmed. Okay.
Yeah, he gives you, like he said, three more lashings for impotence.
Ah, shit. Ah, that's made it.
And yeah, after Benji opens his mouth, he gets lashed 3 more times. And you see him, like, slump forward against the mast, unconscious.
Oh, he's unconscious?
And you guys can see, like, Master Scourge is, like, legitimately enjoying it. Like, as soon as Benji said that, there was this just evil-looking smile on his face. And every lashing, it just gets a little wider.
I think I'm alright.
But Ben, you took what? What did you take? You took what? 9 lethal?
Wait, me?
Benji took 12.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he took 12, and then 1 spills over into lethal.
Yeah.
Don't give it with
You only
Oh man.
Oh, I don't feel that bad. Who else is getting whipped?
That would be me.
I advise you not to say that.
That's the plan.
That's not something you really have, like, everyone, like, no one's actually standing around him, so unless you want to yell that at him.
No, that's okay. That's very good.
Just this euphoric look on Master Scourge's face as he whips both of you.
I'm calling it now. This is going to end with us whipping him to death.
Just take a minute. Whipping this man until he dies.
I have to
Okay, as soon as I'm like allowed to, or like I feel like I would be allowed to, I'm going to tend to good old Benji here.
Okay, so yeah, what happens basically is after the whippings are done, you know, like, as Benji falls over, one of the pirates comes over, and, like, pulls him away, like, because they do this one at a time. They don't have enough space to tie, you know, 1 to 6 people a day on one mass, at least in a way that they could properly get whipped. So, like, Benji gets whipped first, and then he gets pulled over, and you'd have time to do whatever kind of help you want to do for him. And then Oreg would get whipped, and so on and so forth. We're just only showing the whippings of the players, you know, to make things go by faster.
Right, yes. So I guess technically speaking, there'd be some time in between Benji's whippings and when I'm done being whipped and I could actually tend to him. Or would I be able to, like, drag him off and then heal him and then go up for my whippings?
Yeah, we can just say that there was, like, a whipping in between you guys.
Okay.
Probably do swabs, then riggers. We'll just say that.
Okay. There's old Benji. There he is. Click.
It also might just be whoever, however they line them up. Maybe there isn't a pattern to it.
There you go, Benji.
You've been sent to me by Besmara herself. Thank you again.
I gotta keep the big man alive, right? I'll give him a slap on the shoulder.
I suggest you not to entice or instigate more from scourge, man.
I'm just having a little bit of fun.
Bahadi's right, absolutely right though.
I go over to Benji and I'm like, hey, welcome to the club. And I smack one back a little. That's what you get for talking.
A pound back.
Funny enough, Bahati, both of those words work in Master Scourge's case. Okay, we're doing nighttime actions, and like I said last session, we'll start with the riggers. I mean, you guys can do it in any order, but I'm going to give them priority. Obviously, just talk amongst yourself. I know Benji might want to do some stuff with you guys, for example.
What games are going on?
Yeah, I was thinking about doing a little gambling myself as well.
Yeah, so the main ones are gambling, hoglob, and then like there's like some kind of knife-based game, either like basically darts but with throwing knives, or like something more dexterous-based, like that game where you stab it in between your fingers.
I'll play that game. The dexterous game. Although, how would it be played?
Now we call them 3 finger game.
Really hard to hold that gun when you're missing your ring finger.
So basically the way it is people are like betting on who's going to be able to do it the longest. So you're going to have multiple people doing it, and then it gets paid out to the person that does it better. So
Yeah, I'm feeling lucky. I'm going to do that game.
which
Are you
one?
going to participate in it? Like the knifey bits, or are you betting on someone?
I'm going to participate in the knife game.
Okay. I'd like to actually go up there with him if I can, bet on him to win it.
Okay, how much are you trying to bet on him?
I got 4 gold, so I'm gonna go for 4 gold.
Okay, yeah, there's someone willing to match your wager.
So it's hard to climb the ropes with 10 fingers.
So would I just do dex throw?
I think the best way to do this is just give us a reflex save.
Okay.
Because you're trying to avoid hitting your
Wait,
hand.
would I get some pay too, right? For playing the game.
What was that?
Would I get some gold as well?
I mean, presumably you're betting against,
Yes. Okay.
So it's whatever you're willing to bet.
Oh no, you've ruined me.
No, we don't know that. I can win.
What kind of money are you putting on the line, Dion? Your 1 gold?
My 1 gold.
Nice.
Don't worry, I can win. This other guy could lose.
You definitely could win.
Just gotta beat him.
You just gotta have faith.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. You guys can't see it. I don't know. He got a 3. He rolled a natural 1. So you guys make the money you put in.
Alright, I got a gold!
You guys have doubled your income.
You better than me, was that 8?
That was Orag.
Alright, come on, bud.
Yeah, we got this, we got this.
It's like 2 extra pieces, just 2 gold pieces. I want you double the amount.
Yeah, what are you gonna spend that on? What do you need that for?
Listen, I'm in the money-making business, alright?
Alright, so just like in the money-making business, this is gonna be a small loan. Here you go, you can have 2 of my gold.
Okay, thanks.
What's the interest rate on that?
Oh, we don't need to talk about that, he's already accepted the 2 gold.
And then, like, if you guys want to, when you're doing interactions together, you guys can like swap any information that you've acquired. I don't have a problem with that. Or even if you haven't, sometimes I might put limits on it. Like if one of you's gambling with someone you don't like, I might be like, hey, you might not want to go talk to this guy since there's an asshole hanging out with him.
I tell the crew about the big guy, Tar the Feather. He's bigger than Benji. I think I might be able to friend him because I know something. If something happens, they're gonna send him after something. I don't want to be on the bad side of that club he has.
That's another thing, like what you're trying to do right now, Alfred, with Bahati. Remember, you guys aren't meeting in big groups every night because you shouldn't be. So, like, let's establish what action you're doing, and then we'll have it go through like the grapevine,
Oh, okay. So I can tell like one person, and you'll tell.
Yeah. So, like, if you're doing an action, like if you and a handful of players end up doing the same thing, then you can tell them, and then it'll just kind of spread from there, right?
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
It's more of an RP thing.
I would look at her like, hey man, you like that little game?
Yeah, it's a good game. It's a good game.
Try it out, man.
Trust me, I don't think I'd be nearly as good as you were.
Oh, my heart was racing.
I had money to play games, but I can't. Was I able to? So when was the time for me to, like I said, get some water and purify it as far as the water?
I mean, that's like there is water on the ship you can just get. Like there, there are barrels of it. Yeah, like you can't just survive out here with alcohol.
Well, I know that, but I thought they were trying to. You know what? No, take that back. I know what I'm gonna do.
No, if you want to get some water throughout the day, that's fine. Like if you're just trying to fill up a canteen, if you're trying to fill up a whole barrel, that's different. That's something I would be like, that's probably going to take an action.
Do we roll our nighttime?
Well, that's what we've been doing. Is Orag and Dion just did theirs, so the rest of you are, need to decide what you're doing.
Can I get a water can? Since it's
Yeah.
Oh yeah, actually that might not be a bad idea. I'll do the same.
Yeah, anyone who wants to, you can add any of those miscellaneous items I brought up earlier. But action-wise, we need to establish what
I would like. I'd like to do the sneak action.
Okay.
And I would like to investigate the mid-deck around the quartermaster store again, looking for ways in, quality of locks, things like that.
Okay, where were you doing this? The quartermaster?
Quartermaster store. Yeah, well, I'm gonna wait till the quartermaster comes down with the rum ration. And I'll be first in line to take mine, and as they're handing out the rest of them, I will sneak upstairs to check out the quartermaster store.
Okay, yeah, so I can give you some information about that. That's pretty easy. I'm be honest though, you're not gonna, like, perception-wise, if you're just doing a perception check, you're not gonna find too much more than what I gave you, so I might just have you do another roll.
Oh, okay. Since I can take a 20, then I wasn't sure.
Yeah. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure it's just, because for the most part, it's just a bunch of lockers, right?
Yeah, but I would check I imagine it's locked.
Yeah, they're all locked.
So, like how good locks are they? Looking for traps and stuff that might be there, things like that.
Okay. So yeah, when you get there, why don't you roll me a d4?
D4.
Yeah. Okay, so unfortunately, the door is locked. So if you want to do another action somewhere on the mid deck, I'll let you do that. So either the mid deck itself, or the kitchen, or Croup and Cutthroat Grok's room.
I will check Croup and Cutthroat's room.
Okay. Okay, so you go in there, and there is no lock, at least on the door right now. And it's a really tiny cabin, especially for the fact that there's like 2 people in here. I mean, it's better than the sleeping arrangement you guys have, seeing as you're all just in hammocks and there's like almost 40 of you. But it's mostly just the 2 beds, and then they each have a foot locker in front of them.
Are the lockers locked?
Yeah, they both have some locks on the front of them.
Decent locks, or?
If you want to give me a perception check, I'll let you know the quality of it. Like, there isn't anything to denote how pretty they look. Yeah, so they both have poor level locks.
I'm just casing the joint, so I'm not going to try to take anything tonight. I will head back down to the lower deck then.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
Okay, Drac, Ace, Benji, come on.
Has Ace felt any empathic link with Spade?
Actually, I would say, yeah, you probably have, throughout the ship, yeah.
Up into the point until we get coast.
Well, I think I'm gonna go sneaking to see. Well, get empathic feelings. Yeah, I would try to take a sneak action to go find Spade, or to, if I could just send Spade to signal to find me and we'll meet somewhere. I don't know what kind of empathicness I could send.
So it's like general emotions. You can't be like, hey, I'm in the lower deck.
Yeah, I mean, but it's an emotion that, how does that work?
So like you've been getting a lot of fear from
longing
Spade.
to swim.
Yeah, I mean that's not specifically an emotion, but you can convey an emotion that might represent that.
Yeah, I guess I would attempt to do that and sneak out to the top deck.
Okay.
Where I assume that's where you would try to go on.
Remember last session, I don't remember if you remember this, or maybe if Ace just doesn't remember it, or which one of you doesn't, that it was brought up that if your snake is on the ship, if Spade is, that is Spade a man or a woman?
We'll say the dude.
Yeah. Everyone, please go to your notes and fill out your gender, age, height, weight, size, alignment, and deity, because I keep having to ask questions that I should know the answers for. Okay, then yeah. Yesterday you were told that he, if he's on the ship, he'd probably be in the kitchen, if he hasn't already been chopped up. Presumably, Spade hasn't been chopped up, since you still have that empathetic link.
Okay. And I guess I'll attempt to go to the kitchen.
Okay, yeah, and with the sneak action, you can't. You just get to,
Keep him in the bilge.
yeah, throw him in the bilge. He'll be comfortable down there. There's water, there's food. Yeah, so what's your perception modifier? What's Ace's perception modifier?
9. Nope,
Okay.
that's 8. Sorry. Mine's definitely 9. Or 3. 3. Minus
Okay.
3.
Yeah. So you're actually going to find a bunch down here while you're looking for Spade. There is a particularly nice looking cleaver that mechanically works as a masterwork dagger. It's specifically a butcher's knife. There's a pair of hand axes that are being used as meat cleavers. There are 11 other knives, a short sword, a veil of holy water, a lock of some quality that's being hung off the pantry cupboard, unlocked, 2 pounds of soap, 4 water skins, a barrel of poor wine, 6 bottles of what specifically states as Chelish brandy, 3 bottles of high quality rum, a large cookbook, and a prosthetic leg made of wood that's edged with a silver band, as well as a dozen silver pieces behind a cupboard. As well as a trio of harpoons, a spear, and then a grapple that is like hung up in like a place to like show it off above the cooking stove. And you also find Spade locked away behind the pantry door where the unused lock is.
Is he locked up or just in a cage?
Like in a box, yeah. It's just too heavy for Spade to open it, so you open it up and Spade's in there.
I put it up. I will. How many silver are in there?
How many what?
Silver?
There was a dozen of them.
Dozen. I'm just gonna take 2. And note everything else that's in here because the majority of it doesn't really seem too much.
Yeah, so you don't need to make a note of it if you just want to be like, hey, what was in the...
Yeah, and I'll just relay those to everybody.
Yeah.
Maybe back.
Cool.
Can I sneak?
Yeah.
I'm able to sneak.
Yeah, everyone is. That's why they're there.
I want to sneak, but I also want to sneak in the kitchen or whatever the mess, whatever it is. I want to sneak, but I'm specifically looking for any kind of dry or spoiled kind of fruit, berries, anything, whether it's spoiled or good.
Okay. Perception checks. Yeah, there are no berries or fruit in here at all. It's mostly like salted meats, biscuits, and fresh vegetables.
Okay.
But you do find, like, if you want to, you can have found all the things I just listed off that Ace found.
Yeah.
And you don't even have to roll for this, by the way. If you're sneaking, you get to take 20 at night. So it is just a 28 for you. And if you want any of those things, I can drag them over so you don't have to type them
It's not the one I'm looking for. I'm looking they take a little extra ration of dry meat, but that's about it. That's it. Nothing else.
in. Okay, yeah, just add a trail rations to your inventory and you're good.
Just one trail ration.
Okay, what's Benji up to? Blaine?
Oh, sorry, my mic's on mute. Benji would like to influence the group.
Okay.
So, I guess Benji would go to the group.
Give me the roll first, please, just so I can have an idea of how he'll respond.
Yep. So yeah, Benji walks out to the group. Hello, buddy. I've got myself in a bit of bother with one of the other crewmates. What's his name? Phipps. Yeah, Phipps. And I was wondering. I found some stuff. Would I be able to store it in the kitchen? Maybe keep it a bit safer.
And he's like handing out drinks at this point. He's like,
I would wait until he was done.
Okay. Then yeah, when he's done, getting drinks, you go over and talk to him. He says, well, I mean, I don't know if you or any of the other new fellows realized, but There's lockers at the head of your hammocks for a reason.
Oh. Okay then. Well, thank you.
Yeah, so you guys all have lockers at your hammocks with poor locks on them.
Right.
So if you want to, you can store them there. Obviously, if you want to press Croup, he might have a place to put them.
Do you have anywhere a little bit safer? They're not the sort of folk that would be respectful of our property.
There might be a stash that I could throw it in the kitchen, but, you know, if any of the officers go rooting around, I'm thinking Scourge or Plug, if they're doing a search of the hole, they might confiscate it.
Is there less chance to get confiscated in the locker?
Depends on what you put in there.
As well. I found myself a couple of weapons.
No, they normally don't mind. I have plenty of sharp objects in there. I mean, you saw most of them yesterday. There's more knives in there than there probably are in this on this deck. Kind of gestures around the lower deck.
Usual storage.
Of course.
Excellent. So, how did they go without me?
That's actually probably something you're about to experience here in a moment. He says, well, it went fine, you know, it was just as good as it was the day before.
I did expect nothing less from you.
And he offers, like, kind of looks around, looks over at Cutthroat Grok, and he makes a gesture towards you. She shrugs. He's like, if you want, me and Cutthroat are going to be drinking here in a bit if you want to join us.
It would be my honor, my friend. I'll see you soon. I've just got a couple of people to go talk to first, yeah?
Aye.
And then you'll walk off.
Yeah, and he does the same. Like, he starts heading upstairs, presumably to the middle deck. And this is probably about the time we see we see the thief, hold on, he's not a thief yet. The would-be thief walking out of, we do like a side swipe. We see the thief walking out of Croup and Cutthroat Grok's room.
Benji would seek out Dion and would offer him the dagger if he wants it.
I'll take the dagger. Like, thanks, man.
No worries, buddy. I've got a couple of other things if you want to take a look, but I don't have them with me now.
No.
Oh, Croup wasn't gonna take the items from you. He just said he could show you a place to store them.
To be honest, I kind of thought I went to the kitchen to drop them off. I probably should have specified. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been in the kitchen, so yeah, it's not gonna, you'd still have them on you right now if you want to give them to him.
Okay. Yeah, so give Dion the dagger then.
Just throw it on the party sheet so you can grab it from there.
Right, just delete it.
Oh, god damn it. Please don't delete things. If you're going to get rid of them, especially if you're going to hand them off to people, just throw them in the party sheet because I can sell them or other people can grab them from the party sheet.
Right, okay.
Dion, just equip the dagger you have in your inventory. Come on. Just pay attention to stuff like that.
Okay. Is there any way to move your spells onto the mini sheet if you want to, or just gotta go to the regular full sheet?
Yeah, there should be, yeah. If
It should just be in actions in your main sheet, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing there. Only my weapons. It says spells at the bottom, but nothing's there.
Okay, that's weird. Well, we're gonna take a break here in a second. I'll check it out after I get a drink. No, if you click on mini, I see your spells in there. Yeah, I don't see them on your end. But that's also the kind of thing you could totally just use a hotbar. Yep. So if it's not on the mini sheet, just have it hotbarred if you're going to use it regularly.
Yeah.
I think this would be a good place to call our first break. I know it's been 2 hours, but we're still going a little bit slow on our actions. Faster this time, but still a little slow. Took 4.5 hours to do a day last time. Only took 2 this time, so it's more than double.
That's a big improvement.
Yeah. Before we do jump on that break, though, there is one thing I want to talk about. So the way this game is run is you guys are going to spend about a month worth of actions that you could do. Like a month at sea where you're focusing on the day-to-day. There aren't events every day. There are about half of them. A little bit less, actually. I think it's more like a third of them. Somewhere in between there. And I know for some people, they don't want to do all those. So I want you guys to talk amongst yourselves. It's going to be like mechanically and story-wise. I've seen it go better like literally every time if you act out on a day-to-day basis. But I understand if you guys just want to do the days that have important, the book says are important moments.
I think it would be nice to do every day.
I'm good with whatever the party decides. It doesn't matter to me either way.
I refuse. Doesn't matters. Everyone votes.
Okay.
No
I think doing
abstaining.
every day is really bogged down.
I can do day by day.
I don't know. I don't know. I think every day is going to get kind of bog. Maybe half.
Well,
Somewhere around there.
once we have a plan, like it'll be better to do every day, so we'll be able to do a little bits of it.
I mean, and I understand that, but at this rate, if we do every day, we're going to be on session 6 and maybe finish the month.
That is true.
If we do the story beats at the rate you guys are going, it'll probably be like I'd say like 6 or 7 sessions total. And if we do every other day, you guys are going at an hour now. I know you can make it faster. If we're doing, or you're doing 2 hours now, I know we can make it faster. But if we still are doing 2 hours a day,
Every other day,
yeah, if you're doing basically 2 days a session, then it would end up being about 15 sessions. I think you guys
that's a
could.
bit much.
I think you guys could get it down to like 3 to 5 days, depending on story beats. But that's up to you guys. If you guys, you guys have shown that you can improve your speed, so it depends. I've seen groups of your guys' size do it in 5 sessions, do all of them every day. But if you guys are going to sit here, when it's your turn and spend, 2 or 3 minutes deciding, then yeah, it takes a lot longer.
Well, that would be the point of doing it every day, is because we need that time to decide what we're doing as a plan to make those actions.
Yeah, but the planning is different than like when I ask someone what they want to do for their action and they're just sitting there not knowing.
Yeah, so basically, that's going to come with time, just speed. Like I said, right now, it's going to speed up and stuff like that. We're going to get a feel for everything. Like me, I'm just still on a learning curve a little bit, so all the mechanics and everything. So I'm fine with every other day, because then we can do, like I said, to the point where we can probably do at least 2 or 3 days in a session, if not more.
So the problem with that is that the events aren't set up for every other day. They happen when they happen. So if we're doing,
yeah, of course.
I can cut out some of the fat. I don't have a problem with that. But I think if we're gonna cut out some of the fat, then we should just slim it down to, the event days.
Okay.
But I'll just throw a vote in chat, and you guys can fucking answer it.
The option is pretty much every day or just the events days.
Yeah. So if you click on the fucking, I'm about to put a vote in there. If you click on it the first time, it's a check mark. If you click on it the second time, it's an X. So the vote in there is going to say every day. If you want every day, make it a check mark. And we're going to call the 10-minute break here, so everyone has some time to think about it.
What do we put where it's going to be?
I'm just about to hit enter.
Okay.
So check mark if you want to do every day. I will be back at 15 after, and I hope to see all of you then.
Cool. So, I have 3 heavy maces, a buckler, water. Does anybody want any of that? Oh, and a unidentified. Pirate sheet for you, and just say that I gave it to you when I gave the other bits.
Yeah.
We said one check is for every day, and two hits is for events, right?
Yeah. The only problem is that like we kind of need stuff, right? Like at least I do, right? I need the money. But if we do
Oh, God,
events,
yeah.
I don't get any of that. I'm assuming, right?
Well, I mean, I'm sure we'll be able to steal it or something at some point.
I mean, I have a nice hefty pile of 4 gold at the moment.
I'm sitting
Yeah.
pretty on
I'm
21.
none.
I'm working on getting our gear back, but hopefully I don't
I
get
got 2 silver, but
process.
I feel like
Yeah, I have nothing. So yeah.
I mean, now we're at a 3-3.
I feel
Okay.
like the events are what's gonna actually bring the gold.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm also thinking. Like, let's say an event happens and none of us have any weapons, right?
Events are also probably gonna lead more towards the mutinies and stuff, because
Right, we should do events. All of
Here.
us.
Yeah.
All right, with that being said, day by day, I guess.
this
We
is
just gotta speed it up. I think we just if we speed it up, I think we'll be like
I mean,
think
we're gonna get faster. Today we woke up and we were in a fight, right? Like that won't happen every day.
Oh, I don't know, buddy.
Nah. We'll be fine.
But also maybe between sessions or something, we should come up with a bit of a plan so that when we get into the actual session, we can speed through it a bit more. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm done with
Like,
that.
if we discussed what it is we're planning to do with our actions during the day and night.
All right. Well, I'm gonna be the first one. My nighttime actions is gonna be money making. I am going to make as much money as possible to buy my stuff back. Once I get my stuff, then I'll probably just help others get their stuff.
Cool.
Or I could make a gun. But that's to take too long.
What do you need to make a gun?
I have no idea. Gunpowder. Gunpowder. Probably
No, you're not going to need
wood.
gunpowder to make the gun. You need gunpowder to fire it, surely.
Well, you need. Well, yeah, but you need to like have a little spot for your gunpowder, because how are you gonna shoot it without any gunpowder, right? So you have to like make a little socket that holds it inside the gun. Then I need the stone balls, which I could honestly just buy. Yeah.
I wonder if there would even be gunpowder on the ship.
Oh, I didn't mean to roll.
I don't.
The gunpowder they took from you might be the only gunpowder there is.
Yup.
Oh, that's rough.
Yep. And that's the only thing I'm proficient in. Like, if I get a
No, you must
crossbow.
have some weapons that you're proficient in.
No. I had a crossbow, but then I took all of that out and put into charisma because my gun involves charisma and not what is it? Wisdom? Perception?
Dude, you're proficient in simple and martial weapons.
Yeah, which is for the dagger. And like a rapier. I had a rapier, so yeah.
Yeah, but you were saying you can't use anything else. Also, I don't think you're proficient to use a buckler.
You have to be proficient with a buckler.
Uh,
I thought it was just like a little shield.
pretty sure
Oh,
you
there's
need
a
proficiency with it. I think you can still use it. It's just not as good as it could be. It might give you some penalties.
well, I'll hold on to it until I get proficient because that won't be too hard. Unless someone else wants it.
No.
Someone wants a buckler.
Oh, it doesn't look like there's actually
Yeah,
penalties
that's
for
what
it.
I thought. Okay. Except for on check penalties, which is fine. Because I don't know what that is. Alright, I'm gonna get a cookie.
Nice. So, do any of you have any plans?
Or
Not really. I don't. Like Ace specifically wouldn't have any reason to mutiny. Now that she's got her snake back, she's perfectly fine with being on a ship. She's
Oh
getting
my
food
god.
and water every day.
I
How
mean,
shit was Ace's life outside of the ship for this to be content?
She was always on a ship. She was a ship surgeon, so she just got back on another ship.
Oh man. Don't you want some preferential treatment or something?
I mean, she can just jump in the water whenever she wants to swim away.
not being held.
What the why is she here?
Yeah, what's the point of a ship for you then?
So in game, she's actually a wood wizard. She likes the wood. She likes being surrounded by the ship.
So I guess there should still be some kind of incentive, right? Like if you know a mutiny's coming, you should still pick a side.
Oh no, she would be totally down for it, but that's just because she enjoys watching it.
This chick.
Just a good time, you know.
Friday afternoon. Yeah, like she's here for. She's not a fan of the fact that the one dude hit her and then the chick hit her. She's not friends with them. So whatever side they're on, she's gonna be on the opposite side. Which at this point looks like it's gonna be Newton's side. She's all for it. She's okay with this.
I think Aretta is definitely always going to be on the opposite side of you. She doesn't have any love for you guys.
pretty sure my alignment should probably be chaotic neutral.
Sounds like it. Everything I've seen so far points towards definitely chaotic, and I haven't had any particular good or bad guy feelings from you.
Oh yeah, no, she's definitely not good or evil. She just like, I would almost like to say she likes to watch chaos happen. That would go with like storms and stuff, being in the water a lot.
You could even, I mean, if you wanted to, you could interpret that as a true neutral.
Well, so that's what she is right now. I have her as a true neutral. And that's kind of my reasoning behind it was like she grew up in the water, she enjoys the wood, she just enjoys seeing how things play out naturally.
The weird thing with nature is it's the one thing that I can regularly point at and be like, you could call it chaotic, you could call it neutral, and you could call it lawful. Because there are patterns that all, that nature follows, which is lawful, but it's seemingly random to most people, which makes it chaotic, but it's not biased, so it's pretty fucking neutral.
Yeah.
That's my reasoning for thinking that druid should be allowed to be lawful neutral and chaotic neutral, as well as true neutral. Okay, we're starting with the 3 people that are here.
Okay.
With the 5 people that are here.
I want to say, so our goal, playing, so in your estimate, our goal is try to do 5. Normally, once we get up to par, try to do 5 to 6 days a session.
I think, depending on how many events happen in a session, you guys could, if you're increasing the speed at the rate you're going, you guys could do, 3 to 5 a day, or a session. 3 being, an event-heavy session.
Okay, I get you. Okay.
Alright, so we wake up the next morning.
Okay, yeah. Day number 3. We're gonna start.
Do the drinking with fruit and cut.
Yeah.
Don't need to rope there.
No, yeah. You go and drink with them.
Hey.
That's fine. That makes it a lot easier. See, and if we're just doing stuff like that, we've established a relationship and you're still working on it, that'll make things faster. Okay. Today we're gonna start with the cook's mate, since we started with the swabs yesterday.
Okay.
Your task.
Yeah, give me your task, please, sir.
Yeah, just set me up. Ah, fuck off.
This is Benji's between fishing and the bilge. Fishing and the bilge.
I hate it.
What action are you gonna take today?
I'm gonna take the. I'll just do the influence gun.
Okay. Give me your survival check then.
And you want me to do.
I'm a cook, goddammit, not a fisherman!
Oh, it's right.
Oh, and I forgot to tell you guys yesterday, the food was fucking horrible.
Sorry, do I reroll it? Because I rolled it back.
Yeah.
Please.
Hey, much better. You did survival.
Yeah, I can do some.
That's one of the options, yeah.
And then there's the clemency for talking to what's his name?
Who?
Crick.
You don't need to. He's already at, loyal.
Ah, shit. Alright. So I'll just try to do a good day. And bump that up to the 21 for the survival.
You don't need more than a DC 10, so if there's something else you'd like to do, you could influence someone else, but I'll have you reroll.
Influence the quartermaster. She's right there.
Yeah, go on then. I'm gonna chat with the quartermaster.
You have to go grab some nets in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay. then we can do the rigger task. If you guys don't specify that you're doing RP, like roll and then start talking about it, I will just assume that we are moving past it. Okay, riggers, if we can get those tasks, that'd be great.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna do influence. My bad. So, is that a -2?
Read the influence task, but it's not a minus anything. Okay, but we're gonna do Orag first.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I lied. Sorry, I read that wrong. I saw Dion do his roll, so
Yeah.
so I thought he was last. You're influencing. Can you give me a profession sailor after your climb then, or a dexterity if you don't have it, which I'm pretty sure you don't.
I have a profession sailor.
Do you?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's hard for me to like remember off the top of my head what you have because you changed your character so many times.
Yeah.
No whippings for you today, sir. Who are you gonna influence?
Is there anyone by me other than?
Yeah, you're
Just
doing rigging. There are other people, yes.
Like who's by me? Is what I'm gonna ask.
I mean, I'm not gonna say directly by you because I don't want to roll every single rigger, but there are a bunch of them. I guess I can list some of them off real quick. Conchabar, he's one of the guys that came up with you. There's a lady named Barefoot Sams.
I'm gonna talk to Barefoot Saint. Barefoot Saint.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just gonna do light conversations. That's all.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
How you doing? That's it.
She'll talk with you like throughout the day. You end up finding a little bit of information about her. She used to be a fisherwoman, I guess. Cutthroat Grok is the name of the quartermaster. Oh, sorry, that was already answered. Yeah, she used to be a fisherwoman. Still sounds weird. Before she joined, and she's named Barefoot Sams because she doesn't wear shoes, which is odd for a human. It's more of a halfling / gnome thing. Normally gnomes.
Is she like one of us? Would she be on like the bottom deck at night?
Yeah, she's a rigger. All riggers and swabs and the cook mate. That's where all the regular crew goes. It's just the officers and the captain that don't go in the lower deck.
Okay.
So yeah, give me some kind of influence check.
Diplomacy or
Yeah, diplomacy, bluff, or intimidate. And if you're making light conversation, I doubt it's intimidate.
This is like conversation so threatening.
Right? Subtle undertones.
Yeah. I'm just nice and friendly to her.
Yeah, and she seems to be very receptive of it. You even get a little bit of it back. Okay, Orag.
I'm actually going to do the exact same thing. Not to the same person necessarily, but influence and let's start off with that climb roll, I guess.
That would be a great idea.
Oh yeah! Oh no! I forgot I had a negative modifier.
Hey,
I'm gonna take off the effects.
go onto the combat tracker, and there'll be a little effects icon. And if you click that, you should have options to modify or delete the effects. Alright, you're doing line work today, so that's profession sailor or dexterity, followed up by constitution.
I'm sorry, I was reading Dion's. not mine. Okay, yes.
That worked in your favor this time.
Yes. I will do profession sailor.
Or did it?
There we go.
Oh, shit.
See, yeah, I'm a good sailor. And then the con check. I think that's in my bar. I was wrong.
yesterday you might not have done very well in the rigging, but it turns out lowering and raising sails is your thing.
That's what I'm good at. The person I'd like to influence. Two nights ago, when we met with Sandara and all them, there was like a group of people there besides just us and the people that had character portraits, right? Or was it just the people with character portraits in the party?
There were a couple other people.
Okay.
One of them being Giffer Tips.
Giffer Tips. Who is someone who's up here, right?
She's one of the swaps.
She's one of the swaps. Okay. Would I recognize anyone who's currently up here as one of those people? Because that's probably where I would want to. Where's my skills? There they are.
Yeah.
I wanted to try to influence.
There was an older half-elf lady.
Okay.
Her name's Badger. She's like one of the most notable people on the ship. Like I said, older and half-elf, which means she has some age on her. And her hair's like very much into the stage of graying. And she has like shaved stripes on one side of her head.
Yeah, I'll just like some casual, like, hey, how you doing? Kind of the same idea, unfortunately, of what Dion did. Just warming up, trying to warm up to her, or get her to warm up to me.
Yeah.
And then we'll throw the check.
Yeah, and she's very much like this hardened, gruff older lady. She was the one person who didn't talk at the meeting the other day.
Okay.
But I mean, she seems more receptive to what you're saying than you would have expected. She's not chummy with you, but she's at least talking to you.
We take what we can get.
Right? By the end of the day, she's actually communicating with you.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay, let's get those swap tasks rolled.
Again.
Spade. Running.
You are running in.
You're just so good at it that they just keep giving it to you.
I've done 3 days in a row.
Would it be okay if Spade's hid my hair since he's tiny?
Yeah. That works.
Okay, so I go first then, I guess that's fine.
Yeah.
I will try to, okay, so I'm trying to, the daytime action, I want to, my goal is to get back down to the middle deck to try to influence Al, the big dude, Al Bear. So is that considered sneak and influence? I mean, how does that work?
You're a runner. So in general, I'd say that's an influence, and especially if you're a runner, because you're going to be running messages all day. So you being on the middle deck isn't a problem.
Okay. So that is my goal, is try to influence, and I will hand him, try to give him some the raps that I took last night.
Okay, yeah, he accepts them. You can take a +2 modifier on this influence check. And you can tell, like, as you're communicating with them, that it wasn't just the last time you saw him that tipped it off, but he's definitely like a very simple man, a man of few words, and he might be a little dumb.
So that considered diplomacy?
Yeah, that sounds like diplomacy to me.
And modifiers plus. Get that in there. Modifiers. How do we do the modifiers?
In the bottom left, there's a modifier box. Just put a 2 down there.
Yeah, right there. 2. At 2.
But before you do that, let's get your job done first.
Okay. So
Acrobatics followed by Constitution.
Acrobatics first.
You should take modifier off if you're a runner.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I don't know. Do not use current target.
It doesn't matter if you're targeting someone, you can still roll skill checks. Like, just roll the skill check.
It didn't go? It didn't roll?
No.
Oh, okay.
If it's in the bottom, you click it once. If it's in your character sheet, you click it twice. Okay. Yep. If you ever forget, it's in the little description when you roll it every day. You're not... No whippings for you today, but it was very exhausting.
Diplomacy. Plus 2.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, he doesn't talk much. This is obviously for a very different reason.
I say friend.
It's for a different reason than Badger. Like, Badger is a grumpy old lady who just doesn't socialize with people. But this man is, like, legitimately a simpleton. So, like, he'll mostly respond to what you're saying with, like, gestures and, like, slight, like, noises. Like, groans and laughs.
To his point, to him and me, buddy, stuff like that. Just simple,
Yeah.
That's my
Okay. What is Drac up to?
I want to go back to the ship store and try to influence the quartermaster.
Okay. Let's do your strength or con first. Yeah.
Okay. Do I take a -2 on it?
No, the influence doesn't say -2.
Okay.
If I remember correctly.
Well, I just wasn't sure if I had to shirk or...
No. If you're doing an influence, it's just an influence. Occasionally I might make a specification, but unless I say otherwise, just go with what the skill says.
Sure.
Okay, and as it says, you can't actually fail your check. You're just fatigued at the end of the shift.
Diplomacy?
Sounds good to me. Yeah, no, she's mostly just frustrated with you interrupting her as she's like trying to set up the shop for the day. Obviously, you should be working and not messing around with her.
Check. Alright, that's it.
Ace?
He's going to continue to work diligently, running messages around. So I do the +4 to my acrobatics.
Okay.
Constitution. Oof.
Well, you've been doing it for 3 days. Eventually it was going to wear you down, right?
Just getting a little tired. It's okay.
3 days of just running for 12 hours a day. Good on you. Okay, and that was your guys' daytime actions. And I think that is, we didn't do really any RP there, but that's fine for your initial conversations. Obviously there'll be more important ones later. And that took us not even 15 minutes.
Amazing.
Alright, nighttime actions.
And we'll start with the swabs.
Once again, I'll be first in line to get my rum ration. And then after I get that, I am going to sneak off to the kitchen.
Okay.
I have what I'm primarily doing here is once I see what you've already described, he hasn't seen it before, so he's going to see this now. I want to pocket the masterworked dagger, if it's still there. And
you specifically haven't found them, so you'll have to look for them.
Oh, okay. So I did your perception check?
Yeah.
Well, sneaking gives me a 20%.
Okay, that's what you're going with. Yeah. You can find them.
Okay. Look for the dagger and a bottle of brandy.
Who's this sneaking?
What's that?
I didn't catch character who was sneaking.
Drac Feet.
Okay.
And this is one of those things, if multiple of you were going to sneak, then you guys can talk to each other and be like, if you're going to the same place, you don't both have to do it. You can just both grab something if you know where it is.
I was thinking about doing. I was going to sneak to the kitchen.
Okay. Well, if you want to just have a conversation with Drac, I'm okay with that.
Pick up some rations.
Yeah, I'll grab a few rations.
Okay. And you wanted one of the things of brandy?
One of the things of brandy.
Oh, you were just moving all your stuff in there, Blaine?
Yeah, the business wasn't interested.
Okay. Then, yeah, you wanted brandy, and what was the other one?
The dagger.
I think that's gonna try and put all of them in there. Can I, like, copy this? I don't know. Just drag one of them. You just drag the Chelish brandy over, and then I can put the rest of them back.
Okay.
And you wanted the Masterwork dagger?
Yeah.
Okay. For some reason it's going to have it as unidentified. I'll fix that. It's not like it's a magical weapon of any kind.
That's good. And then the ration.
I'm not going to drag that in there. Just grab it. There isn't actually... It doesn't note the rations. It just says there's food. That's one of those things you guys can just say you grab.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Right. Do I need to make a check to avoid being discovered?
No.
No? Okay.
The sneak one at night is different than the sneak one at day.
Okay.
No, I was wrong. You do. I mean, it's different. It's different, but it doesn't say it's different on your guys' end. It just assumes, like, it's nighttime. It's easier to be sneaky.
So what do you need for it?
Just give me a stealth check.
Okay. Stealth?
Yeah. Like, why doesn't it tell you guys it's different on your end, but it tells me it's different? Okay.
Okay.
No, and I don't know if this will help you guys, but there. You finish your actions. Just click on that.
Cool.
And you can keep track of how many people are still done, or still need to do their actions.
Ace is just gonna sleep because she's fatigued, so that's all Ace is doing.
Yeah, same here.
Oh, I was just looking at the nighttime activities.
Yeah, so the idea behind that is, and it's dumb because it says this, is you sleep through the entirety of the night. But I think that's stupid because you're effectively breaking the day up into work, so your daytime action, your nighttime action, and then everyone's sleeping. Because you can take an extra action if you want to avoid sleeping that night. So last session I just told everyone if you do the sleep action, you should be doing that because you're exhausted or because you're trying to recover HP.
Gotcha. Okay. Then I guess I would try to gamble with one of my silvers. That's silver.
Okay. Is there anything you're participating in?
What are the options again tonight? Are they doing hand stabby things?
Yeah, those things are all happening every night. It's just different ones or different focuses. So some night there's more people betting on hog lob or gambling or whatever the knife game's called.
I'll gamble on the knife game, I guess.
Okay. If you're playing, do a roll. Otherwise, it's just going to be chance.
Yeah, sure, I'll play it. That's fine.
Okay. Then it will be you versus, someone else.
Of course. I assume it was dex. With the dex?
Yeah. A reflex save.
Oh,
So
reflex.
Yeah, that's what we were doing last time.
Okay. Oh, that's a 9. 10.
I was 9. You're fine.
So you're playing against one of the pirates that that's on the ship, and you're both actually doing pretty poorly. Like, you both have a very slow startup, and once the speed gets going, it's getting pretty tight for both of you. But like just before you're about to stab yourself on the end of your finger, like your thumb, the person you're playing against does it to themselves on like their index finger.
Wow.
Yeah.
Go us.
I want to try to influence a talk to Rosie. I think that was a little more on the first night, I believe, when we first got together. I think it was.
Yeah, so Rosie is also, like you said, one of the new people. She got with you guys when you started this whole mutiny thing, and she's actually a halfling. She is actually like trying to tell one of the other newer members of the crew, like, to just leave her the fuck alone. She's being a little bit more polite about it. But this guy named Conchabar is just like not picking up on it at all.
I try to go in and try to what's that? Not block them, not like contact, but like try to
Give her a
distance.
give her a way out.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we'll use this influence check of yours to see how well that goes. You can use any of them in this case, depending on how you want to deal with Conchabar.
Well, you try to intimidate him for better than that.
Yeah, they're about the same. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to.
Okay, yeah, you manage to like convey to him that this is no longer a conversation that he's a part of, and he gives you guys some space. And as you're like spending some time talking with Rosie, I'm gonna give you a little bit more information about her. So obviously, I mean, everything I told you before: female halfling, very muscular lady, likes to cuss a lot. But you can tell that she has, like, throughout the night, she's like just shitting on Scourge and Plug and talking about them. She completely hates those two, which it is a lot more. Like, there's a lot more hatred on her end than there is from pretty much anyone else in the newer members of the crew.
She's a new member too, right? She came on with us.
Yeah. She's only been here a few days with you guys. She was in the bilge. That's enough of a reason to hate Master Scourge, right? Master Scourge gave her that job. And if I hadn't made it clear, she loathes Conchabar. But she also talks about the fact that, like, she's a musician. And, like, you pick up throughout the night that she actually, like, brings up that her fiddle was one of the things that was taken from her, and like if anyone could get it back, because she hasn't made any money yet, if anyone could get it back, she would appreciate it.
Basically tell her the same thing. I kind of like despise Scourge and I want to be compensated for my efforts. I'm trying to research and I need funds to research my expedition and other things.
Oh yeah, and she probably just tells you like, well, assuming this is like most pirate ships, like when we actually find a ship out here, we'll all get our share.
But we'll still be treated like crap.
Depends on how long we last and what we say. Look at Benji.
Yes. All right. That's it. Basically, small talk for now.
Yeah.
Call it.
Okay, we got 3 more players.
Go on. Benji would like to influence Scourge, if possible. I don't know if I can get to him or not.
No, he's hanging out with his cronies and he doesn't want anything to do with you.
Then Benji will influence Creep and Cutthroat again.
Okay, well, I mean, you have to make a choice there. Kroop's already as loyal as he can be, so you could go with Cutthroat.
Yeah, the hope is to go drinking with him again.
Yeah, that's fine. And you were able to stash whatever you wanted to today in the kitchen.
Wonderful.
What's hot right now? Like, where? I'm a gambler. I want to know, like, where.
Well, I need to get the roll from Benji first.
Oh, not bad.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
It's all good. Nobody died.
Disappointed.
You know what? Actually, though, because she's already friendly, the DC is 10 plus her charisma, so that's enough to make her loyal.
Hey, alright. Nailing it.
Oh, and that's another thing. I didn't bring this up earlier because you guys hadn't focused as much as you are now on influence, but like if we get to a point where you've pretty much influenced everyone that you can, unless there's other things you guys want to do, we can skip a bunch of the dead days. If you guys decide that. We'll just be effectively establishing your relationships within the crew, and then we can focus on those more, in character than we have today, once we know what they are.
So, do you mind explaining loyal a little bit? Like, how loyal is loyal?
So that's interesting, and it's kind of dependent on the character, but it's the kind of thing where, like, as an example, like, Kroop right now, he's a captain, but through your conversations with Kroop and Cutthroat Grok, they're not captain, they're both officers, right? But there's things they would do for you that they wouldn't for most of the crew. They're not gonna like jump on a sword for you because they haven't known you that long, but that's the kind of relationship you're building towards.
And does it decay, or once they're loyal, unless I do something do they stay loyal?
It depends on a lot of things, but in general, no. We're assuming you're maintaining your relationships with people. If you do something to affect them negatively, of course they can decay. If you ask too much for them, like, she doesn't directly mention it, but like you get the feeling that if you ask a favor from like Cutthroat, she could probably loan you some stuff, for example.
Awesome.
But like if she loans it to you and you don't bring it back, or you bring it back broken, that could negatively affect your relationship, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Makes sense.
And these mechanics, like even though it technically only matters for the first book, assuming you keep these people on, like some of these people on your crew in the future, I will pay attention to these levels of influence.
Cool. Sounds good. That's me done.
So I believe, and I actually wanted to ask this question as well. I believe Dion asked what's popular tonight as far as gambling goes.
So it's normally some kind of card game or dice, but mechanically they make, the same checks. So you guys can just choose what you want to do, what flavor you prefer.
Oh, okay.
Because there's probably multiple of them.
What are you gonna do?
That's a great question. I could go for some dice, I suppose.
I'm gonna play a little risky and go for the that game again.
Okay, then you guys can do your checks separately.
Yeah.
How much money are we putting down on dice?
I'll put 4 down again. Do a nice even 10 if I win.
Okay. And this is just like a one-on-one thing, so it'll be for, your 4.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, give me your reflex.
A reflex. There we go.
Nice. Let's see what they get. They got an 11. Okay, yeah.
All right.
It's not as close as Ace's game last night. There was a clear victor there. Orag is just like making money faster than anyone right now.
It's crazy.
How much did I end up winning from the game?
What'd you put down last night?
Silver.
Yeah, then it would have been a silver. In that game, it's a match, and if you're doing like cards or dice, it's normally dependent on who you're playing because those are normally more than 2 people. But there is like a max you can put down for all these games. Because this is just like casual spending, right? Nobody's going to come in here and be like 75 silver. Okay, what about dice? How much money are you willing to throw into the pot throughout the night for dice, Dion?
I'm doing the stat game, and I'm gonna throw 4 gold.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought Oreg was doing the stabbing game. Did I get that wrong?
Oh no, yeah, I was doing dice. Should I have made a different role?
Yeah, sorry, I had him backwards. I thought Oreg was doing the knife game. So yeah, give me another roll. I'm sorry.
Okay. What are we looking at then?
Sleight of hand, bluff.
I will do bluff. Well, it's the same result, I guess.
Yeah,
It's the same end number on my end.
The money will be different here because it's not like you playing one game. It's like you playing throughout the night. So with the amount you're willing to put in, that's like 2d6 worth of gold.
Okay. Hey, we take that. 13 now.
There you go. Okay. Now we can do Dion's knife playing.
Alright, I'm gonna gamble 4 pieces of gold.
Okay.
And reflex throw.
I like your like lime color. Okay. You make your 4 gold.
Yep, so that's 8. That's it.
I've noticed that we can't click on the finish action vote thing once there's stuff in there. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Or I can click on it, but it doesn't do anything.
Interesting. Well, I mean, everyone's done theirs, so we're good.
Yeah.
That's good to know, I guess, because sometimes it is. I'm like, did we miss someone? So I'll probably just throw that in there next time I'm like questioning that.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that was night 3.
Sorry, I just remembered something. Would it be
Night
okay?
2.
Can I ask Cutthroat if she would be willing to sell Dion the musket and have it pay off in installments?
Okay, so that's a little bit different than what I brought up earlier, but we can talk about that a little bit.
It's a pistol.
Yeah.
Musket's too expensive. And if you're gonna ask for my crafting tools instead.
Crafting tools instead?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so crafting tools are nowhere as expensive as the gun, so that'll be a lot easier. Let me look at the price of your crafting tools.
15 gold.
Okay, yeah. That is a lot easier. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's like something she can just loan out to you.
Nice one. How much is the musket worth then?
A lot.
Sorry, how much? I zoned out for a second. How much were the crafting tools worth if you were to try to purchase them out?
15, but my
15, okay.
gun myth kit, so it's like it's not really like a general crafting. It's meant for crafting gun.
Sure.
Ammunition. And the musket, let's just say, guns aren't very common as of right now.
Yeah, isn't your pistol worth like $900?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just found it. So she can give you with the level of loyalty you have, of influence you have, which is like the max one. I just keep calling it loyal because I forget what the max one is. She can give you goods if you make a high enough check, and the amount is based on the check. So if you give me diplomacy, I can tell you how much she can loan out to you.
Damn.
I have 8 gold, I can pay the rest.
Yeah, that... It depends on how much you can put down for it. She can loan it out to you for a couple days, if that's what you need. Like, as in, like, it needs to be back in the shop, not tomorrow, but the day after. But if you have money to put down, like, a down payment, she can work with you a little bit more.
Is there any benefit to you having it now, do you?
I can make bullets and sell the bullets. Right? Because that's not that hard to make.
That's two.
Yeah, you'd have to have someone who wanted to buy the bullets, I would imagine.
Oh, don't worry, she'll buy everything.
Oh, that's your decision to make!
Hey, I'm really
No,
glad
it's
you
not mine.
dragged the guns, that you put a gunsmith kit in there and then didn't put any of the information about it.
Oh, that's because I thought I would keep it. I know what it does.
I should still be able to look at your sheet and see everything you have and what it does.
Benji will politely decline her offer and will tell her that when we need it, he'll sort it out.
What would I need to craft ammunition? I won't need the gunpowder, would I? Because the ammo is just
You literally just need the kit.
locked.
It's
Yeah.
like within reason.
Okay.
You just need to get
Just
the
wanted
kit.
to check.
Another question as far as this fiddle. How much is it? I was looking in my, looking to see what it was. How much it costs, so I can buy it for borrow.
I just looked it up a second ago. There we go. Musical instruments, mundane instruments typically cost between 8 silver pieces and 100 gold pieces.
It's quite a disparity.
Yeah.
That's a big difference.
That was the only thing I found.
Yeah, so it's a masterwork fiddle.
Okay, masterwork, musical instruments, also heavy virtuoso. A virtuoso handheld is 50 gold, which I'm guessing virtuoso means masterwork.
You said
Musical
50 or 15?
50, 50.
It's definitely more than that.
Okay.
Because if you masterwork something, it like goes up by a fuck ton.
Hey, I could make bullets and sell them. For like 2 silver, but with enough of them.
You just have to convince people that they're worth something.
Pathfinder 2.0, it's funny.
Oh, Benji, you want to be my salesman?
Who the fuck is gonna buy your bullets?
What are they gonna load them into?
Listen, if this chick is able to take our stuff, and you can sway her, like, hey man, this rock is pretty cool.
Dude, you got more chance of selling them as marbles.
Okay, I could do that.
Oh my goodness.
The next time we go upstairs. So, how much would you buy for a marble?
How many marbles would it take to buy?
Well, when we get there, we'll deal with it. So it's 150 to masterwork, like, fucking everything else. So I'm gonna assume if we look at the price of a regular musical instrument, like a handheld one like she has, that's 8 silver. So I think we can just cut that price and say if you pay like 150 gold, that you can get it back.
Yeah. I've been working that out forever.
I'd be able to rent it off her for a couple of hours.
That just sounds like cruel and unusual punishment to me. Here you go, Rosie. Here's the thing you really want, but you can only have it for the night.
Enjoy it. I need it back in the morning.
Well, she could perform and entertain people and make money that way.
And then it ends up in her locker.
Yeah, and I'm gonna beat up Rosie and take the fiddle with it.
Give the goddamn fiddle, Rosie. Our relationship with the officer's on the line. Okay. Do day number 4. I know it's been a little less than an hour, but if you guys want to do one more break, we can.
I'm dying for a piss.
Alright, sounds like a small break it is.
Okay.
I'm gonna get a cookie.
Same here, I'm gonna get a drink.
At the latest, 12 after. I will be here the whole time, though. I could get water, but I haven't really drank since our last break, so it's mostly full. Is there anything I can help anyone with right now while we're on break?
Actually, yeah. So what would I need to craft a pistol? Because, like, would I be able to find the parts on the ship?
Well, that, maybe. It's not going to be something you could look around for. It's not just going to be like the Mudane stuff that I said you could pick up. You'd have to get stuff from the shop.
Yeah.
Hey, Jacob, I put a thing on Discord for something I found for the masterwork instrument.
Okay.
It's from Note 20, but we'll use that.
I'm back.
Okay. Yeah, if it's just 100, that's fine. It might be different for like tools as compared to weapons and armor.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll call it 100 gold for the instrument.
Has Phipps shown any particular interest in a certain food?
No, she there isn't anything in particular. I mean, you guys don't have great food on here anyways.
Fair enough.
So if you look at your feat, Sincere, that you have on Dion, the gunsmithing one, assuming you entered it properly, if you have the money to afford the raw materials, which you don't, equal to half the price of the firearm, at my discretion, you can craft it. And it's going to take you at least a day. Now, I am willing to be generous. If you find the money, I'm willing to let you split up the time. So,
wait, the feat? I don't see the feat.
You don't have gunsmithing on your character sheet?
No.
No. That's great. You definitely should.
I remember.
Yeah.
It should be like an actual feat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a feat you get for being a gunslinger.
Yeah.
So it takes you a day, a minimum of a day, to craft a firearm. It's a day for each 1,000 gold, and your pistol would be 900 gold. So that falls under the, minimum of 1 day, because you're really only paying 450. But still, 24 hours is what I would make you work on it. So you could take 3 nighttime actions to craft one. If you had 450 gold worth of supplies that I would say you could buy from the quartermaster. But you'd have to have your gunsmith's kit to do that. Same with crafting bullets or fixing a broken firearm.
Could you change the day on the calendar so I can do my logs to keep track of things? Cheers.
I don't even think I have to change them. I just need to add log entries.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah. Because I can see that you've entered stuff on the first 2 days. I just haven't.
It doesn't make it public for everyone, right?
I'm pretty sure it does.
Well, I'm not really saying anything worth anyway.
Yeah, if I click on that, you can all see it, right?
Yep, Benji. Damn it.
There you go.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh shit. I need to put that boat back up. Oh, and you know what else I forgot to do? I forgot to put those sea shanties on again. Gosh,
No?
dang it.
You're what? You've got 2 hours left this time instead of 20 minutes?
Yeah.
What was the name of the ship?
The Wormwood.
Oh, yeah.
Name of the book's The Wormwood Mutiny. Hint, hint.
Ah.
Are there any entries? Are they public? I mean, are they made to everyone, or is it just individual?
They're on the calendar.
Yeah, I'm in there.
Yeah, there should be little pins.
Okay. See the first one.
Benji.
Okay, let me see if I
I
remember.
wouldn't bother reading them. They're not worth reading.
I mean, you can also add your own stuff in there. That was the whole point, was for you guys to be able to do your own notes.
So is it the 8th when I kind of made friends with Owl Bear? Is it the 8th?
Yeah, that was your day action on day 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The day that is today should be in black. Should be the 9th of, I think it was Calistril. I have a hard time remembering the Galorian months for some reason. I don't know why. I would have just made them months on Earth. I guess I'm just boring.
We all back?
Oh, Betty Riley was a dancing master.
There you go. I can't listen to it, but you guys can. I just can't because I'm streaming and I don't want to, you know.
Blur them out. Yeah, I turned it down to about 30%. So.
Yeah, I got mine at 20, so I can't hear it. I don't want to get DMCA struck, is what it is. I play indie music, like DMCA free music on my streams normally.
So how do I turn it down?
Right click.
Oh, it's where's it? Oh, free bot.
Yeah. I wish you could set a default volume. That would be nice. So then people could adjust it if they want to hear it, you know. Because I know when I turn on it first, it's like boom. Okay. Let's get day 4 started, and we're gonna start with swabs today.
Hey, I'm not freaking top of the deck today. I am runner today.
Hey, runner again. I'm just the best.
Ooh, what's 6? Repairs.
Yeah, I don't think we've done repairs yet. That's the first one. And I would actually like to get everyone's jobs today. So if we could get the cook's mate followed up by the riggers.
Yeah, all right.
Full session.
We both rolled a 1.
And rigger repairs.
Rigging it up.
Alright.
Also, see, like today with Benji's, he's going to have an additional rum ration, which means he's going to want to take the sleep action today to recover from that extra point of con. So yeah, everyone's doing all their assorted duties, but at mid-morning, as you guys are all working, one of the swabs comes up from the bilges. None of you have talked to him directly yet, but some of you have worked with them. His name is Jack Scrimshaw. He's like the youngest pirate on the ship, with maybe the exception of one of you guys. But no spoilers. And he comes out on deck and he's like, I was below deck. I was going around catching rats, doing my duty, and then a big swarm came out of nowhere in the bilges, and they just started biting me. And you see him, and he's covered in these, like, a bunch of bites, like dozens, all over his legs, a couple on his chest and his arms. You can see his clothes are torn. Looks pretty bad.
What are they?
Rats? Large rats. Bigger rats than I've ever tried to catch.
Does any of the officers seem to take note of him?
Yeah, Master Scourge has been listening. Like, that's probably who he brought it up to, but, I mean, there's a bunch of you around when this happens. And Master Scourge, like, just basically, like, looks at the 3 swabs. It's like, go round up your friends and deal with it. Don't come back up until you've killed them all.
Aye, aye, sir.
Okay. That.
Rats.
I don't do that.
So we gotta go down there and kill the rats.
She said?
Yeah.
Swabs.
Yeah, the swabs gather up your friends. So I presume he means us as well, yes?
Yes.
I was just, trying to do a segue so you guys can go grab your player friends.
Yep.
I didn't think you were going to bring like 15 people down there.
Hey, Sandara, help us with this rat problem. Yeah, for sure. Hey, I noticed that there was a couple of extra maces in the party inventory sheet. Are we cool if I grab one of those?
The idea was that Benji was handing them out at some point, so yes.
Okay, cool.
They've been in there for days, so presumably sometime in the last few days, he's just handed them off to you.
Okay. Inventory.
What is that?
And if none of you guys want those, just, like, liquidate them. We'll just turn them into money. Benji, you can just sell them or give them to someone to sell.
Yeah, sure, I can sell them.
Okay. And then the next time, you know, you're doing your thing, you can take care of that.
So, either. Oh, I can use my extra action for the day to do that.
Yeah. We'll take care of this rat problem first, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Gentlemen, place yourselves in the bilges.
How do we move?
Oh,
Ourselves.
Move it?
gosh, dang it. Unity. Here you go.
Okay.
There you
What happened?
go.
Oh,
I mean, there twice. What happened?
I tried to put myself in it. No, it's
You dragged your fucking, what's it called? Your picture, not your actual token. It's fine. I'm moving tokens down. It's fine. Everything's well. Just group up in some way around the,
Ace would probably still be at the ladder, at the top of the ladder, looking down. She doesn't like rats.
Okay, that's...
We'll form a protective circle around Ace.
Gross. They made me come down here and do this. I no longer like this shit.
Down first.
See?
And Dion.
On Benji's way down to the villages, he would have picked up a barrel or something.
I will let you know right now, Kiefer, if you're up top, you're not going to be able to help.
I mean, I would just be on the ladder still.
I mean, you can be at the top of the ladder, but, like, gonna cast a spell on the ladder?
Yes.
Okay.
As we're descending the ladder before we actually like get into the area proper, I would. Oh, okay, I've been deleted.
That's
There we go. Okay.
You had your image, not your token.
Okay. How do I grab the token?
You don't, unfortunately.
Okay. I'll give Benji a little shield of faith.
Hey!
Can I want to cast something too?
And she'll give Orag a big old pat on the back.
As I said yesterday, keeping the big man safe, keeping him alive.
You said, and how to cast it, you go to cast the spell, you go to the spell and how do I cast the spell?
You should have your mode set to standard and your display set to combat.
Okay.
Or actions, sorry.
Actions. Okay,
Yeah.
there it is.
You guys can all roll initiative when you get down.
Okay, cool.
There's little submarine rats that only come up when they're gonna bite something. But no surprise round, because you guys know what to expect.
Perfect.
My initiative sucks, man.
You're a gunslinger. Your initiative should be so good.
I know. It's just terrible. Well, it's not that bad. It's just I'm unlucky.
It's a +4, like,
+4 is respectable.
yeah.
At level 1? Yeah.
I'm just not rolling high. That's fine.
And to be fair, like, it's purely from Dex. He doesn't have anything put into it.
He doesn't have improved or the trade or whatever.
No.
Yeah.
Nothing like that. Okay. So those are all the rats you see.
Oh, shit.
Oh yeah, she's definitely at the top of the ladder. Screw her.
Oh, you can't even see them all.
It's even. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, you literally look down and you can see, like, you can see Drac, You can see Orag, you can see Bahati, and you can see one rat. Oh, and while you're at it, Ace, why don't you roll me a d4?
How do I just roll the dice?
Bottom left, there's a bunch of dice.
There are a bunch of dice in there, right?
Okay. You can proceed with your murdering of things, Drac. I'm just moving you for a second to grab a pen. And just in case anyone didn't think it smells horrible, it definitely smells horrible down here.
Thank you for the clarification.
Alright, turn. My turn.
Okay.
Hey, bud. If you hit flat-footed before you attack them, their armor will calculate as such.
Oh, they're flat-footed?
Have an act to get in the rounds.
How do I hit flat-footed?
The little plus-minus button in the top right, modifiers.
Plus minus, okay.
Oh, modifiers.
Yeah, so you can click flat-footed, and then your next roll will calculate that in. Because I'll let you know right now, if you'd have done that, your 11 would have hit.
Okay.
I wanted to double-check, because I was like, I don't think they're flat-footed is that great, but it's one of the few things Fantasy Grounds doesn't factor in is flat-footed for not going yet.
Hit 9. Alright. Now I got a 10 in there. Sure. Alright.
Okay, target rat 6. And go to quarterstaff. Miss.
Rough.
Yeah.
Turns out beating people with a stick is not as easy as it sounds.
Next turn.
Okay, it's gonna try and hit the thing closest to it. Happens to be Dion this time. Hold on. No, don't do that.
Got those cat-like reflexes.
Oh, I'm flat-footed.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the GM should probably do the thing he's asking you guys to do.
It's fine. It's fine.
You want to do me a favor, bud?
Yeah.
You want to give me a fortitude save?
Right, these are rats.
How do I do that? Oh, I go to combat, then goes fortitude.
Yep. This is another thing that might be worth hotbarring. Okay. I'll make a note of that. That's the end of the rat's turn.
Alright. Benji's gonna bring his barrel above his head and bring it down on this rat. Oh, and I'm using martial flexibility to get Shikigami style.
Okay.
Oh, that's disappointing.
He's dead.
No, he's not dead, he's disabled.
Or he's disabled.
Yeah.
Murder rat will murder the thing in front of it. I keep hitting shift click today for some reason. Last time it's happening today, I promise. Doesn't matter. I'll get it right this time. I don't actually have to worry about it with Drax since he's already gone.
Flat-footed.
Yeah, that's what I just said. What the fuck?
Doesn't want to attack me.
No. I hit it. Okay. That was weird. You know what? Ended up being the same roll. What are the odds? No. Well, I didn't want to do that. Okay. You should also give me a fortitude save. Noted. Turns out if you hit a rat, it's gonna try and hit you back.
I'll try to hit it right.
I guess you're right. He did hit the rat.
It did not hit me back.
This is true.
Alright, we're gonna take that mace and we're gonna try to smash a rat with it. Am I targeting it?
Yeah.
I'm targeting it. How do I do the flat? Oh, no, this is already acted, so it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Then we do.
It's only 11 and 8.
That.
Yeah.
Then we do that. I'll take 2 damage. That's alright. Alright. And then, good to go.
It's hard to hit them as they're splashing around in the water.
Alright, target right.
Okay, they're flat-footed.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm going to do that. And I'm going to do that. And I just kind of hit his tail. That's about it.
God damn it. Okay. This rat's gonna try and hit Drac as well. Make things nice and simple. Another fortitude save, please. Okay. Just gonna rotate. Say up too.
She will try to split your spear. I'm trying to add my -2 in here, but I don't see where it's be.
It would be in the modifier in the bottom left. If you're trying to put a -2 in.
Okay. And then, roll. Oh, just, you said I saw one right, so you're right, it is, I see this. I'm gonna go for
It's rat 12. Make sure you're targeting them.
your target. Just control, right?
Yeah, control click.
Yeah, control click.
You just did it. Well, now you're on rat 10. I'll make sure you're on rat 12. You're still on rat 10. You have to unclick whatever rat you're not trying to hit. There you go.
It's not showing me like it usually does. So am I on 12 now? Does it show it? Because it's not showing me 12.
So you're
Yeah.
now at 12.
If you hover over yourself, it should do a line, and then the combat tracker should tell you. There you go, bud. Okay, it's finally going. God damn it.
So, it's only +5, but then it takes 1 point of bleeding damage on the following rounds. I think I must have the macro in there or something wrong.
So it's only supposed to have taken 5 damage?
No, it's d6 +5. Okay, my intellect.
Oh, so it should be 1 lower.
Yes, it's 1 point of bleeding damage every round.
Okay. Yeah, setting up bleed is a little annoying, but it's doable.
Okay.
Still, that's enough to kill said rat.
Gross.
Which means for now we don't have to worry about that.
I can still move right, but if you wanted to climb down the rest of the ladder now that it's...
Yeah, give me a climb check.
Ooh. Kind of danger.
I still show rat 8 is the turn.
Yeah, he's gonna go in a second. He hasn't attacked yet. We had to fix
Oh.
some stuff from Ace's turn.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That's not enough for you to make progress, but it's also not enough for you to fall.
Sound good. She's like, never mind, I'll stay up here.
Okay. Now Rat 8 is going to try and attack Dion. Well, he's going to be very bad at it. Strax's turn.
Okay. I will. Yeah. Move through that. Rats move through that 11 space. So it's an acrobatics check versus CMD.
Yeah.
15.
Yeah, that's enough.
Then I'll move 1 south. Use an acrobatics check to avoid the attack opportunity by the 2 to the north.
That is not, though. If I remember correctly, it's just 1 per space that's threatened, right? Not per monster.
Yes.
Okay.
And it is. So they have a CMD of over 13.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay, if you want to give me a fortitude check, that'd be great. You actually just beat them with the first check. Theirs is 16.
No, it's not.
Nice.
Oh, it says reflex save, not a fortitude save.
Okay. So I would go in the note.
Your CMD is freaking.
Is actually really high, yeah.
12. 12. It's not really high. It's 12. 16 versus trip.
Where are you seeing this?
Are you only that?
Oh, okay. I would just put a note down on the calendar that says Drac, something along the lines of Drac has filth fever. And then roll me a d6. See how long it takes for you to get said fever.
No, that's alright.
Ben?
Yeah, no, I'm good, man. If you want to charge to play games, you know the rules and figure it out. Take it easy, guys. Nope.
Okay. Playing by the rules there. Yeah, just because the rats on DF or on the PFSRD are different than the rats on here doesn't mean you should be getting frustrated with me. Okay, well, we're gonna move on. I don't know if I haven't brought that up before, but not all the stat blocks they have on here are the same as the ones you're gonna find in other places. So if that's something that's gonna frustrate you guys, I don't know if you want to play the game or not.
I'm good. Keep going. I mean,
so in order to use special, your spell-like abilities, is that does that warrant a type of opportunity?
Now that depends on the spell-like abilities.
For instance, my icicle.
Yeah. So the icicle is a ranged attack, so because of that, yes, but that's the only reason.
Okay. Alright, so I'm just going to continue with the attack on 6. And then,
nice.
Right.
nice.
Okay. Are you doing anything else?
Am I able to move? No, I'm going to stay away. Might as well stay away there.
Yeah, I don't think there were too many amazing options there. Okay, that rat's going to attack the same person it did before. Going to continue to fail.
Yeah. Alright.
That rat in front of you is dying, and I'm actually just going to delete it.
Cool.
Because it was disabled, so I left it there, but now it's just going to die.
Fair enough. Benji's gonna walk past everyone and go over to here, and he's gonna hit this one with his barrel.
What are you going to use to hit him?
The barrel that I picked up.
Okay. This guy over here just grabbing fucking barrels.
Bit of overkill.
They're small enough to fit into it, and he's just like.
Oh no, he's holding the barrel like lengthways above his head and then just bringing it down on him.
I ended your turn just because I assumed you were done.
Yeah, sorry, I just clicked forgot to press it.
It's all good. Now this big one that you're next to is very scared of you, but it's going to try and bite you before it runs away. Try and fail.
Yeah.
Ah, best barrel blesses me. Do I get a tackle trivia against him?
No, it's a 5 foot.
Ah, shit.
Let's move down here. We'll take a path that doesn't provoke from the rat and
Of course.
swing again with my mace. Well, okay. I guess that's my turn then. There you go.
This rat can't hit anything, but it also seems like it can't be hit.
I'm going to do this. I don't know what that is.
That's you rolling twice.
Okay, I'm gonna roll once again.
That's 2d20.
Bud,
I'm not doing
just,
anything.
I know, just leave it alone. Normally, if you misclick, but it's the right roll, we just go with the first one. That's what we've done so far. So you hit.
Okay. Roll the damage. I get that. Okay. Yeah. So why did I roll 2 dices?
Because I think it was a double click, and if it wasn't, you probably clicked it once and then never clicked off it again. So you were like, you'd already done. Or do you have it in your hotbar?
I do.
You only have to hit it once if it's in the hotbar.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's probably what it was. Okay. If you're done with your turn, just end it.
Yeah.
Can't we use number of extra time down? That's it. Just go down again.
Okay, yeah. If you're going to just spend your whole action doing that, you can move at half your speed, so you'll make more progress.
Make a lot of progress.
Yeah.
I make all the progress.
It's all good. It's all good.
Alright.
Well, let's see. Probably just attack Dion, right? That seems like the logical answer.
So wait, did I fall down?
That is enough for you to fall. But since it's into water, you can give me an acrobatics check, and it's a lot easier to not eat crap when you're going underwater.
No.
Oh!
It's just not, here we are.
Okay, so it's only going to be a D6, luckily, because of the height. D6 a lethal.
There's no way to try to catch him, or sorry, as they fall, is there?
No. There's no proper mechanic for that.
Damn.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she makes a fortitude save for swallowing all that filthy water.
That stagnant bilge water. Yeah, so just roll yourself a D6, and that's how much lethal you
okay.
take.
Of course.
Wow.
What's going on?
So she she tries to grab onto the ladder, and she gets her hands onto it, goes to place a foot, slips off, falls, landing back first into a foot of water. You have to cough some of it up as you begin to sit up.
Yeah.
I just looked at her like, don't worry, man, we got this. You can just... I want to climb up the ladder, just hide in the corner over there.
Okay. And at the top of the round, you guys see a copper-tinted bit of smoke start to come from the bottom of the ship and the top of it, and it forms what looks like some kind of doorway right behind Drac, and you see the man in the plague doctor outfit step forward, and he says, Drac, you are needed elsewhere. And everyone can give me a will save.
Oh, I have this macro now. That's right. Yeah, 'cause I'm smart. I'm doing it.
Yay! Okay, and you all feel like this warm glow emanating from Keeper as he was introduced last session, and you almost feel like maybe you should listen to him too. And you see Drac. Obviously you guys can't see the roll I made, but you see Drac turn around, and almost in a hazy state, he walks through the copper-tinted portal, and then it closes up again.
Well, fuck.
Yeah.
It's Bahati's turn, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm gonna switch targets. Actually, I'm gonna take a 5-foot step back and target this one with an icicle. Is that target? That's not target.
No. Control click.
Control click. There it is.
There you go.
Icicle attack.
Nice.
And damage.
Stab it right in the rib cage with this icicle.
So I can imagine this a little made out of water. He grabs a little water and it forms into a little icicle and he shoots it at the rat.
Hey, yeah, and it's gonna 5-foot step and then try and attack you.
He's mad.
Yeah, it rears up and then jumps forward. Fortitude check. Okay. Noted.
Alright. Benji is going to use martial flexibility to change his feet into improvised defense, which is like a +1 AC when using an improvised weapon.
Yeah.
And then I'd like to move Ace away from Dyer at 18, if possible.
Yeah.
I mean, can I bring it to the feet and then move it, or would that provoke an attack opportunity?
There aren't like proper mechanics for you to do this like safely. Like there are dragging mechanics, but they're not meant for combat. So what I'll let you do is if you do a full round action, I'll let you not provoke and move her to like a square adjacent to you.
Yeah, sure. Alright then, I'll put it to the back. Alright, back on your feet, love.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, that's my turn.
That's one way to get down there.
I actually had a feeling that was the way that was going to end up happening. And yep, there it is.
Okay, and the rat charges forward to attack you, Benji. Not an actual charge action, but just a regular attack.
Hell yeah.
Alright. Well, I'm going to try to cast a spell, so that's going to be fun. Let's start with that concentration check, me. That fails. That fails. Okay, I just lose the spell and nothing happens.
Yeah.
Sick. That's, you know what? I'm pretty good where I am, so I guess that's my turn.
Could have been worse.
I think I'm going to attack the rat. 8, and then I just click it, and it throws 2 dices. Okay, whatever.
I mean, that was damage.
Yeah, I'm
You clicked it once?
Yeah, and that was in my hotbar as well. I'll just take out my stat instead.
So clear the hotbar, because it looks like you have it dragged onto the hotbar twice, which I didn't even know was a thing you could do.
Okay. Okay. It's off.
Okay, and then make sure you drag the dice down there twice. See if that like resets, or not twice, just once.
Yeah.
See if that like resets it.
Throw it.
That was one die?
That was 1.
Yeah. I mean, that was something different.
Now it's like an opportunity.
I don't know what you've done, and I can't see it on your end. So probably what I'll have you do after the session is just
screen share real quick.
Yeah, screen share.
Yeah, I got you. All right, I'm gonna use my stat on rat 8.
Okay.
I throw this. And I miss him.
See, that looks like it did it right on my end.
Okay. Well, that's it.
Why not just try deleting the dagger and then drag a new one in?
Okay.
Yeah, you could do that as well. That's another valid option.
Yeah, let me. Oh, okay, thanks.
Kiefer?
I'm trying to. Is it showing? Having issues with it showing whether or not I'm hitting control.
So yeah, you've toggled it on and off multiple times. You should see a line go from your character. If you're like hovering over Ace, you should see a line go from you to the target, and
I
then.
think it's just taking a second for the line to show up on my end.
Oh, okay.
I see rat.
Yeah.
Target rat dire 10. Rat 10.
I will put in a -2 modifier and try to hit it with my thingy again.
Nice.
And it'll be bleeding 1 point every
Yeah.
round.
I
I took that off there so it wouldn't add it in there automatically.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm going to take a 5 step back.
This never-ending war between Dion and Diret 8. Oh.
Which we're all just missing.
You guys didn't see that, but it was almost on the D20 right there. It ended up being a 2. Okay, let's go 5-foot step.
Aw. I tell him to come back
Ready?
here.
It does not respond.
Give me 1 second.
I love that we have like a water-based character who like uses a wooden spear, and then we have a land-based character that uses water.
It's perfect.
Balance in all
We're meant to
things.
be.
Can I just throw this dice real quick just to see if I fixed it?
Yeah, yeah.
Alright. Alright, there's that. Okay, we're good now.
Okay,
Yep.
so go.
Well,
Easy fix.
And take a 5 foot back here.
It hasn't come up yet, but the space where the ladder is, I'm going to call that difficult terrain if anyone uses it.
okay.
I got to get covered. I'll go like behind
Is that the bilge pump? That thing in the middle of those squares there?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's one of those things where it's small enough that I'd say it can provide cover at angles, but it's not big enough to do it from, like, say, Bahati to Diret 18 if he, like, threw something at him somehow.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna stay right there so I can get give him the flank.
That's a good
I didn't
call.
even add the flank in there either, so it probably wouldn't have mattered anyway.
I mean, you still have the right to use it, though. You can still re-roll.
Nah, that's okay.
Okay. Then
I'll let Dion take the flank.
Okay. Modifier.
I need that fortitude check.
On who?
You.
On me?
Yeah. As the rat bites your leg. Aced it.
Wow.
Hell yeah. I forgot to ask this earlier. My attacks against unarmed opponents count as flat-footed. Do these count as unarmed, or does their natural weapon count as them being armed?
Their natural weapons count, yeah.
Okay. Gonna martial flex back into Shikigami style, and I'm attacking this guy. With...
It's rare that you find a creature with a natural weapon that isn't proficient.
Oh, man. Fair enough. Okay, that's my turn.
This non-stop battle. This is like a war of attrition between two different groups of rats and players.
Hey, someone got hit.
This is not a hit you should be happy about.
Benji got hit.
Yeah, you want to give me that fortitude save?
Fuck.
Oh
You should
Oh,
be
no.
cheering again, Sincere.
It's alright, I'm only gonna be preparing your food.
Yeah. Okay, give me a D6. Let's see how long it takes for you to start feeling the effects of filth fever. Okay. Just make a note on the calendar that you got filth fever today.
Oh no.
Don't worry. It was literally like it was the worst for it to happen to you, to be honest. Because it's Dex and Constitution, and you took that extra point of Constitution today.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it's not my turn yet, but if Orag doesn't kill Rat 18, how would I add the flank?
It's one of the modifiers in the top right.
In the top right? Sorry. Oh, in the little plus minus category. Nice. That's right. I forgot about that.
You could also do it manually if you want, if you know the numbers.
Speaking of not killing a rat, let's go ahead and swing my mace at it. Yep. Okay, and then I'll take a 5-er over here, and that's it for me.
Okay, so I don't see I see flat-footed touch. Is that? What would the flank modifier?
It's 2.
Oh, okay. 2.
Yeah, you can just put a 2 in the bottom
You can
right.
put it at the bottom.
Yeah, you can put it at the bottom left.
Okay. 2. Alright, I'm gonna take out my dagger, in which I can use, and I'm gonna roll it. And I miss. Doesn't matter. Okay.
Oh, right. Daggers aren't naturally finessed.
Nope.
Can I throw the dagger?
Yeah, it has a range of 10 feet, if I remember correctly.
I'm gonna throw my dagger next time.
Probably arrows if you're in melee range, though.
Yeah, it will provoke if you throw it.
Oh, I'm gonna kill this rat diary. It is my single goal in life.
I respect that.
You know what? Next time I'll grab him for you.
Thanks. So when I throw the dagger and I miss, I hit
Oh.
right in the shoulder.
Did you just
It's a
try?
rat TPK.
Did you just try killing Dion's arch nemesis?
I was supposed to have -2 on there. Do you really want me to
Yeah,
reroll
just
that?
reroll
Or?
it. Yeah. Always.
You take the reroll.
Actually, the ladder has done more damage than anything.
Hey, I killed a rat.
You did kill a rat.
And then the ladder took its revenge on me.
So you don't like rats. What's your opinion on ladders?
You know, heights. It's a wooden ladder. We're supposed to be friends here.
Are you a rigger? You should be fine with heights.
Oh, I'm not a rigger. I'm a
He
swab.
couldn't even
Yeah, he's a
climb
swab.
the rope
Yeah.
fast.
He's been a runner, actually.
I literally got tangled in the rope. Get the dice button. Okay.
I look at this rat like, you better come here.
Get over here. No. It's gonna 5 foot and it's gonna attack Benji.
I tried to stop it.
Don't worry, Benji can dodge.
Can he?
He sure
Apparently.
can.
Yeah!
Hell yeah.
Like, no one's been hit. 1, 2, 3.
And 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
No one's been hit for like 5 turns. Let's see what
Oh,
the
hit
boss
last
can do.
turn. Oh, you were.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Benji was in the last round.
We just started 5 rounds, or the 5th round.
5 turns, not 5 rounds.
Yeah, there's a lot of splashing going on in the water and spears hitting a little too far to the left or the right.
Alright, bye, Hudson.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
that's
thing
about
just
right.
went out. No, my just went out. Hold on 1 second, gotta go out, go back in.
Okay.
It just cut out on me.
Oh, shit.
Well,
Oh, mine did that earlier, actually.
Really?
Where Fantasy Grounds just like closed, or I'm sorry, it didn't close itself, but it kicked me out of the game for some reason, and I had to log back in.
Oh wow, I've never had that happen before.
It happened like right before the session, but yeah.
I wonder what that is. I'll have to look it up. Well,
You can, I don't know if you can control it. If you can.
yeah, I can. You just want to smack Dire Rat 18?
Yeah, just try to flank. Is he still in flank? So I can
Yeah.
get +2?
You get your +2. Here, I'll roll it for you real quick. Let you know what comes of it.
Okay. Just like that.
I assume we're using the same
No,
weapon,
not the
going with
same.
quarterstaff.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you hit him. You got 22. But you got minimum damage. You want to do any movement?
Damage is damage.
Well, I try to move 5 foot back. Well, nah, I'm gonna keep the flank so you can get so Benji, so Dion can have it.
Okay. It's gonna try and
Just
fight
really-
you back.
Take everything we can get.
Hey!
No.
2 hits in
Finish
a
him.
row.
Why do you keep cheering for the rats?
Come on!
Dude, like, when I look at the turn list, I just see yellow, 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 and 1 red. And yellow.
Okay.
He just likes damage.
He got the, yeah, he just likes violence. He got a 19 on his save, he's good.
Then a fortitude save.
Yeah, I did, yeah, it was the fortitude, sorry. This thing will 5-foot step.
He's moving!
Gotta avoid that flank.
So, say I wanted to drop the barrel on him and just keep him stuck in the barrel. Would that be a grapple?
Yeah, I would say that's just a grapple.
Alright. Gonna grapple 18, number 10 then. Oh, I still got him selected. Why is it not selecting him? There we go. Ah, double clicked it.
Just go with the first one. Oh, fuck you, vacuum.
Oh, and I guess I should martial flex into improved grapple as well.
Okay. I mean, I kind of figured that, but I'm glad you specified. He is grappled. I guess I can drag that over for him.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'll remember to do that next time.
It's all good. Make sure you do it for yourself as well. Okay. We're doing anything else?
Nah, I did my turn already.
Okay. Yep, too focused on applying grapples. Okay. It's gonna try biting you.
It was Rat 10 that was bleeding, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been keeping track of that.
Yeah, sure, yeah. I just wanted, because I could move to either 10 or 18, so I wasn't sure which to move to.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna kill 8.
We all know. Unless Ace gets to it first.
I'm just saying, 8 is dead.
Okay. It's the end of its turn.
Alright, we'll take a 5-er. Try this again.
Hey!
Yeah! Yeah, not 0.
Nice.
Alright, there we go.
Alright, he's grappled, right? So I want to get an attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. I'm just gonna walk here.
That would provoke.
Oh,
I mean, if you do a direct path, it would. I guess you could go around it.
Delete yourself?
Yeah, he could. No, he's underneath
stacked
you.
him. Yeah, he's stacked
Okay.
himself
Can
on
I
you.
stay on Benji?
No.
No.
If you just move diagonally into the ladder space and then diagonally again into
Yeah.
the space you were in, you're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was just me pointing out, like, movement stuff. That wasn't me saying you couldn't go
Got the
there.
rat. I'm like, yeah. You remember me? You remember me? And I hit him.
Well, you gotta target him first.
It's target him.
I'm like, yeah, you remember me? Yeah, I'm the guy you ran from.
Oh!
Alright, I got a crit. So
It did not confirm, unfortunately, it looks like.
No.
Oh, so I gotta do it again?
No, you just rolled normal damage.
Yeah, it just does normal damage.
I am A-okay with that, because I hit him for 2 damage. Yeah, you ain't gonna forget about me next time.
We're gonna call that the death of Rat 8.
He's just gonna go for an acid splash. Oops.
You have a lot more negatives than you're applying right now. You need a -4 shooting at them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, because the allies, right.
You have to have improved precise shot to avoid that.
Better not hit me.
Don't have it.
Always seems like the people Benji grabs live the longest.
Huh, weird.
It's like none of us go for him.
Oh, so we finally killed that other rat. Okay, so I'm gonna move
Yeah, Bone Mulch got him.
here.
Yeah.
And hit this one with the icicle.
Keep that -4 in mind.
-4 for.
You're firing into melee.
melee.
Can you just hit him with your stick?
Yeah, that's what I'm probably gonna have to do. I didn't know this.
Oh.
I forgot it was melee. So.
I've kind of been like situationally ignoring it, but
It is range touch though.
Throw your staff at him.
Throw you,
Roll
okay.
off that 20.
I just hate it when you see that 20 and then it just tips.
So Benji's got the barrel on top of him at the moment. He's gonna flip it over to kind of keep the rat inside the barrel.
And then you throw it to the ground.
How intense.
That's my 10.
Okay, what was the intent there, just to specify?
Oh, sorry, that was to pin it.
Okay.
It's inside the barrel now.
Yeah,
And,
that's, that's what I thought. I just wanted to clear it up. Okay.
Yeah.
And we can take grapple off you and I'll put pinned on him.
So what does pen do?
It's like grapple, but way worse.
Yeah, it's like super grapple.
He gets like a -10 instead of a -4? Well, -4 or 2, depending on what we're talking about.
WWE, and instead of like them holding you, they got you pinned on the ground, and you can't like they recount once.
So you're like an arm lock or something.
Except for because Benji is doing this in a creative way, I'm like giving him a little bit more freedom, because like hypothetically this guy could break the pin, but let's be real, the dire rat is not going to break the the barrel anytime soon. So I will effectively say combat is over here, and just ask you guys what you're doing with this rat.
Okay, I am gonna, saying how someone brought WWE, I'm gonna, do the little elbows, slam.
You think you're gonna elbow drop the rat?
Why look at the barrel? You're gonna break your arm, dude.
Yeah, he's inside a barrel right now.
Fine.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to put this in the bed.
Okay. Alright. I mean, if y'all wanna, scare someone, sure. If y'all don't want to see someone elbow drop a rat, sure.
We probably should just deal with the rat, though.
Yeah.
So, all in favor for elbow dropping the rats? Say aye.
Just poke
God.
Just stab it, dude. Okay. All right. Oh, here we go.
No pressure, whoever hasn't voted.
Damn it.
That's such a good idea. I was gonna have Benji hold out his hands. I'm gonna jump on his hands, do a backflip, and then BAM!
Oh my god, you're gonna break your cheeks, dude.
Yeah, you're gonna break your spine or something, man.
That's if I fail, alright?
I mean, I can always enlarge person you also, and I would just go in there.
Whatever.
Wait, you've been hurt this whole time?
Yeah, it was way up here.
That is what the majority of y'all want.
Yeah, you can just coup de grace, which is a 4-run action.
I mean, actually, it would probably bleed to death by the time we decided if you were going to elbow drop it.
Yeah, I guess.
This is a barrel for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, if the democratic process is allowed to take place, you are correct. You lift it up to stab it, and it's just dead. There's a bunch of blood that now is seeping into the water around it.
Well, job well done. Well done, everybody.
Yeah, good job.
This is really bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna patch Ace up here real quick.
Now, I ain't too well versed in magic folk, but can someone explain what the hell happened to Jack?
That was the damage die, that wasn't the heal die. Let's do the heal one.
Okay, so you can add another 6 HP to yourself.
That's horribly.
You can kill people with cure, like...
If they're undead, kind of.
Yeah.
Yes.
You don't have you don't channel, you just heal light.
Yeah, I'm basically a sorcerer, a divine sorcerer. That's the easy way to think of it. So I don't channel. I just have a handful of spells that I don't have to prepare. I just know them, and I have so many uses per day per level.
Okay. I can't speak for Benji, but I want to know in what order you guys are going back. Like basically a front of the line to the back of the line type thing.
Well, saying how I didn't really do much. I just kind of stabbed some things, missed some things. I'll go up there first.
Don't devalue yourself, Dion. You're a valuable member of the team.
I mean, I go up there with a disappointed look in my face, as in, I will drop this rat.
I guess I'll go second.
Can I roll a knowledge or a wisdom check to see if I know if the rats carry these diseases? I mean, obviously in game I don't know this, but I do hate rats.
Yeah, give me a knowledge to engineering if you want to know more about them, or a heal check if you're specifically trying to figure out.
Well, so I think I would just be trying to know about the rats at this point, because
Okay.
would.
Yeah.
You said knowledge engineering?
Dungeoneering.
Oh, dungeoneering.
Yeah, I never noticed how similar those were. Yeah, so these are pretty standard dire rats. You've had to deal with them in the past, or at least you have some knowledge of them, seeing as you've been on a ship. This is what happens when swabs don't do their job and keep these filth from breeding. They get bigger and bigger and fatter off your guys' food, specifically your scraps, until they get to the point where, Jack's honestly very lucky to say he's alive.
Gotcha.
And there is a disease they spread called filth fever you know about. Like specifically, it takes anywhere from like 1 to 3 days for it to set in. And it's just, imagine a regular fever, but on steroids. It's like a super fever.
Oh, fuck.
If any of you got bit, you may start feeling ill, let somebody know.
Yep, and whatever you do, don't be by food.
So then I
looks
guess
directly at Benji. You know,
Wait, sorry, I went for
just
something.
don't.
There's something important here.
You have a disease.
Basically,
But
these
there's no way
rats.
for me to know if they have disease yet.
you could check everyone out who got bitten.
Oh, okay. I can do
That'd
that.
be like a heal check or something.
Yeah, it would be a heal check. Yeah, anyone can do it now that Ace has like told you guys this
Yeah,
stuff.
I'll toss one out.
What's a heal check? Would that mean skills?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
a
in
skill.
skills.
Is heal one of the ones that you need to be trained in to use them?
It actually, for heal, is kind of weird. It depends. In this case, no.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
Hey,
Ooh.
19!
Hell yeah.
Okay, so Dion and Orag, you can both tell that the only one here that looks like they're like they've had a wound severe enough to contract the disease is Benji. He might have it.
Sorry, man, we're gonna have to amputate.
Hey, this ain't the first time I've had full fever, alright? I know for a fact that I don't decide pain.
Benji, you remember that wooden peg leg with the silver lining in Kroop's kitchen?
There's a really nice peg leg in there.
Uh-oh.
I look at Benji like, don't worry, don't listen to this guy. I'm a professional doctor.
Wait,
Look
what?
at it? No, hell no. I'm like, alright, listen, man. We're just gonna clean it. We'll put some bandages on you. When you start feeling sick, that's it. You're done.
That's it. You're done. There's no way out. You get the fever. You keep the fever. No, you'll be fine. You're tough.
Yeah, if you live, you live. If you die, you die. Don't worry.
What the hell is wrong with you? Why would you tell me that?
Listen, a doctor goes off of facts, not emotion. The fact is, you're infected.
You know, there's a saying in the Shackles: "What doesn't kill you probably just isn't done yet."
Like, you people are terrible.
Listen, a doctor's job is to say it to you straight. You
No, but
could
seriously.
die, or you could not die.
You might want to rest a bit the next couple of days. Take it easy.
There's a pretty good chance you'll die here. You should definitely rest every chance you get.
Alright, well, thanks for all the advice, guys. Fruit offered me a drink. I'm going to go drink the fruit. That's it. I need to get out of here.
So I'll actually tell you how the disease works. So filth fever has an onset of 3 days, and you're gonna start feeling it pretty quickly. It's gonna happen to you in 2 days, and every day you're gonna take a D3 of Dex and Con damage.
Oh shit.
To cure it, you need 2 consecutive saves. These are Constitution based saves for the DC, and the DC it's low. It's an 11, but you need to get 2 in a row.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Wait, so I could potentially die from this then?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I
Yes.
told you, man. You thought I was lying?
I thought you were the one I told that a long time ago when I tried playing this, that I almost died to filth fever.
Yeah, you might have told me that.
I had it for like 8 or 9 days and I almost died.
Oh shit. So, what, do I just do the roll at the end of each day?
Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll give you your checks, like your like rest checks basically at night, because you are going to get some, you know, your checks to save, your fortitude saves, and then we'll have it affect you the night after. So tonight you'll be able to check, and then you'll get hurt, you know, and have the roll that night depending on, you know, your checks.
If I take the sleep action at nighttime, do I get any kind of bonus to that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Does heal provide any like advantage to it?
I would let you do a heal check to give him a bonus. I'd treat it like an aid another.
Okay.
I swear to God, I am not about to die to a rat bite.
Shoot him down a bit.
I mean, to be fair, that's pretty realistic for a pirate ship.
Do you want the worst case scenario? Or, like, average?
Let's hear the average.
Okay. Average, and this is assuming you don't make the saves, you die in 6 days.
Oh my God.
Actually, no, 7, my bad, because you recover 1 every day. That's average. So you have a week to live on average.
Assuming you fail.
But, yeah, assuming you fail. But, you know, you just need to get 2 consecutive saves.
I am really regretting taking away my 14 in con.
Well, you got a +3, right? You just got to hit an 11. On average,
Plus 1, dude.
for your fortitude?
Oh, fortitude. Sorry, I thought it was the con save.
No, I said that the DC was based on Constitution, so that was for them. It's a
okay.
fortitude save. Yeah, so you have a +3. So, looking at averages, you should succeed in 2 days.
Wonderful.
But if you look at all of this entire last battle,
Alright, you shut up.
you're now on average.
Every time Sincere speaks, it is pessimistic or cheering for the enemy. Oh, and note that you have 1 con damage already, because you're extra ration today.
Oh, wonderful.
1 day sooner.
And I haven't been having you do it yet, but we'll do it today. I think we're actually going to call it here. So we've done the action for the 4th day, but we will do, we did the story piece, but we'll actually do the day and night actions starting next week. Because I don't think 8 minutes is enough time for...
Yeah, I gotta head out too.
Yeah, I'm surprised you stayed this long, man. We appreciate
I
it.
was trying to finish the comment. So, what happened to our other player?
So Ben got mad at me because he looked up the dire rat on D20 PFSRD, and it's not the same dire rat that's in here. So if it was the dire rat that he saw on the internet, he would have made that save, and he got mad at me for running the game wrong because he should have beat that save. But it wasn't the save these dire rats have.
Yes, it's an AP. It's AP.
Yep. They take liberties with monster sheets all the time in Adventure Paths.
Yeah.
They could have been advanced in some way. There's a lot of things that could happen, absolutely.
And that's another thing,
Yeah,
like,
you shouldn't be looking at the bloody sheet anyway.
That's also absolutely true.
I expect you guys to do that, though, since we're playing online. Like, I'm not going to say that, like, it's great. That's up to you guys whether or not it's fun for you, but, like some of you have said, and I said earlier, like, these APs are not, they're not 1 for 1. You can't look at all the monsters in here and be like, okay, I can go find that real quick. Sometimes you can, but not always. Today was one of those examples. And another thing that was brought up I didn't say earlier is they might have had a template on them, but they don't tell you in here if they have a template on them sometimes.
Exactly. Yeah.
So...
Oh, is there anything special on the rats, or were they just plain old regular rats?
this is not World of Warcraft, so they don't have any gold inside of them.
No, like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're
There's
just
always
rats.
Like you should always...
No, but if tonight feels a little bit more meaty, you know why?
Right? Okay.
Right?
I forgot to ask this earlier. Between Benji and Bahati, which one of you is the last one to go up in this like line of people, up the stairs, up the ladder, all that? Which one of you is last to leave?
I don't care. I will.
Okay.
Benji tends to go at the front.
Yeah.
You want to be first?
It doesn't actually matter if he's first or not in this case. I just wanted you to see, Bahati, that as you go, as you get to the end of the ladder, you're the last one climbing up, you start to hear the sound of spiders, and you see a half dozen of these bilge spiders like the size of a larger pumpkin, climb down, and they start to feast on these dead rats that are like in the water.
Get out.
Sorry, did you say these spiders are the size of a pumpkin?
Yeah.
They're about the same size as a rat. They're huge.
They're actually called bilge spiders. I will drag one onto the map as like the last thing I show you guys today. I'm gonna have to move Benji since the pin is on the mast. There you go. That's a bilge spider.
Come down to deal with these fucking spiders yet.
Too many of them.
Yeah, there's literally there's like these things are big, but they fit in small spaces. They're more here than you guys want to know. They don't come down often. Like I've been having you guys roll a d4. You haven't hit it yet, but
Throw it to them. Control the water.
There you go.
Just douse it.
I can get.
Just stick this shit.
I got those spark sticks or whatever they're called.
Tinder
Tinder
twigs.
twigs?
I can make a dynamite with black powder.
You know,
Alright,
make it
Don't
up.
make dynamite on the phone!
I'm not. But I forgot I can use black powder. That goes boom. Genius.
Oh, there was one more thing. Blaine asked about it earlier in character with Benji. If you want to throw that out again, Blaine, you're more than welcome to.
I assume you mean what I said, like, right at the end of combat?
Yeah, with the magic.
Alright. I ain't too well versed in you magic folk, but will you explain what happened to Drac?
No, not particularly.
I actually don't think anyone here can.
It was definitely magic, but that's about as far as I can get, man.
I would also venture to say there might be some planes or deities going on, but that's about as much as I can assume.
It would be a knowledge planes, and I would totally give you different information for knowledge arcane, but you guys don't have many knowledge skills.
Hey, I got knowledge. History.
I've got nature, local, dungeon, and arcane, but I haven't taken planes yet. That's next time.
Have local.
Yeah, you can throw the arcane out. Do you?
Yeah, I'm gonna put some points in nature later.
If you throw an arcane out, I will tell you some information. Not with that roll, though.
That's too little. I thought it was pretty high.
For level 1, yeah, that is pretty good.
That's pretty good for level 1, but he's using some pretty powerful shit. It was definitely some kind of teleportation spell.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be like, Benji, listen, we didn't see nothing, alright? Alright? We came down here, we killed the rat, and that's it. We
Yeah,
came
but
down here with 5 people, and we're leaving
they
with
can almost
5.
whack
I don't. Yeah, Deanna, I don't think they're gonna just ignore the fact that he existed.
Just one of the spiders ate him.
Okay, yeah, some spiders got him. That sounds like a good enough lie.
Yeah, but then they're gonna want a body. Like,
Yeah, the spiders. No. The spiders took the wings too.
skeleton.
Listen,
Yeah.
listen, I can hide the body by making a dynamite right now.
That's not okay.
Have you watched Arachnophobia?
These spiders are pretty meaty.
But listen, man, sometimes the circle of life does what it wants.
And sometimes, when spiders are involved, shit gets nasty. Like, that's just how it is.
Sometimes some guy turns up and makes a fucking pool to nowhere.
Ah.
All in the circle of life, alright?
Every single piece of it is apparently in the circle of life, according to Dion.
Hey, I did have one thing that I should have said at the beginning of the session, but I forgot. 3 days ago, my mom got engaged, so towards the middle of the year, there's going to be 1 week where I'm not going to be able to run, and I'll let you know when we get closer, because I don't know the exact date yet.
Okay.
Oh shit, no worries.
Yeah. For sure.
I don't want to, but I have to go to Vegas.
Oh, shit.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
don't like planes. Planes are scary.
Ah.
I've never been in one, so that's gonna be fun. But I figured if I'm not gonna go when my mom's getting married, then when am I gonna go?
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you all very much. I had a good time. I'll see y'all next week. Yeah.
Next week.
Yeah, next week.
And I'm sorry about what happened with Ben today, guys.
It happens.
Luckily, we still got 5 players.
Yeah.
Looks like the story at all.
Well, Keeper's always going to be part of the story, in some capacity. But I don't want to give you any spoilers.
Yeah.
You could be the next person to steal something.
Yeah, I could just have him keel hauled. That would be... I don't know. I don't know if that's dramatic enough. I think you guys would just have to wait.
Wonderful. Well, have a great week, guys. I'll talk to you next Saturday.
Yeah, no problem.
Next Saturday.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Later stream.